see all of you here. Um, in this session, we are going to talk about developing applications on G Suite and some of the do's and don'ts of developing applications and how to set up organizations in this particular session. So my name is Satish. I am your host for this session today. Along with me, my co-presenters are Monica from Genentech, and we are going to have Sambit from Google Cloud talk in this session as well. So we will start with giving an overview of what kind of challenges our enterprise customers face when it comes to developing applications on G Suite, and how we are driving certain industry trends with some of our product lines, followed by talking about our specific products. And then we'll have Monica present how they're organized and what are some of the best practices in their organization with respect to app development on G Suite. Then we'll talk about what is the future looking like. What are the key trends that we are seeing in the industry when it comes to developing apps in the productivity space generally and within G Suite as well, more specifically. And then we will wrap up this session with an overview of some of the exciting features that we are announcing today with respect to G Suite development platforms. So before we get started, a quick note on how to submit questions. So all of you must have the mobile app, so you will be able to submit questions through your mobile app on this Dory, so you can go to this particular session details and then submit the apps there. Towards the end, we'll try to address your questions. We'll also be able to, hopefully we'll have time to take some live questions from this room as well. Sounds good? Perfect. So without further delay, let's get started. So imagine yourself to be a salesperson, an HR professional, a financial analyst, many different roles in an enterprise. Your key responsibility is in driving the business with respect to your role, with respect to your area of expertise. When you do this, you're obviously using many different applications. You're using G Suite, plus you're using other enterprise applications as part of this. That means you need some customizations in order to run your business process. You need all those apps. When it comes to getting those apps, there are some key challenges that the business users in an organization face. Number one challenge is what we call the skills gap. As the business process owner, you are the expert in your business process. You know how your process should run, you know how your business is run, you know your role better than anybody else in your organization. When you want to get those apps, you need to go to your IT developers and talk to them and educate them about the business process. And then they have the technical expertise to develop those applications. Do you see the problem there? So on one hand, the business users are really proficient with their processes. They have the right skills for that, but they lack the technical expertise. On the other hand, the technical developers have the right technical knowledge, but they don't know all the business process. This is what we refer to as the skills gap. This requires communication back and forth in order to get the right application that you need. This is the number one challenge. The second challenge is the IT developers now, they have to work with many different business users in the organization across the enterprise, understand those business processes, and then develop the applications for them. That leads to scaling challenges for the IT developers. The resources become limited as a result of that. Any organization, this is a very common problem. The third challenge that we see is that technology keeps evolving. Business processes also keep evolving. And as a result of that, it's hard to keep pace with those changes. Everybody is always playing catch up in order to stay in tune with these changes that are happening. That leads to delays in getting the apps that you need. That leads to getting the updates to the apps that you're using. That's the number 3 challenge. The net result of all of these challenges is that the involved stakeholders get frustrated. There are many different stakeholders. I have identified 3 stakeholders here. Number 1 is the business user who needs these applications. Number 2 is the IT developer, the technically proficient developers. And number 3 is somebody who is tracking the cost and the schedules and managing all these programs across, what I call the IT director here. The business users are frustrated because they are not able to get the right apps that they need on time or the updates that they need on time. The IT developers are frustrated because their project backlog just keeps growing as they try to work with many different organizations in the enterprise. The net result on the IT director is that now they are facing the cost and the schedule overruns. Those are the challenges that everybody faces, all the stakeholders face. How are enterprises addressing this? What are the shifts that are happening in the industry to address this? So number 1 shift that is happening is that the application development itself is being moved to the business users, closer to the business users, where they have the right expertise on the business process, and they are in the best position to find out what is the application that they need, and better still, actually develop these applications. This is happening with low-code or no-code tools for the business users to develop those applications. The second shift that is happening in this industry is that there are a lot of SaaS applications that are coming up, software as a service applications. When there is a need, it's probably most efficient to go and buy an application as long as there is one that meets the need. That has led to the growth of the enterprise marketplaces and the growth of the ecosystems where ISVs and third-party developers develop these apps and make them available to the different businesses. The third shift is within the enterprise, IT's role itself is evolving. It's evolving from one of being an app developer and an app development organization to being an enabler for development of applications by the businesses and by the business users. The business users in this slide are also called the knowledge workers. So the knowledge workers are now developing the apps, and the IT organizations are becoming the enablers. They are providing the right tools, they are providing the right data access, and they're providing the right guardrails, security, et cetera, to make sure that those applications meet the organization's needs and comply with the organization's policies. In Google and in G Suite, we are at the forefront of driving these shifts. Number 1, with respect to the first shift, we are providing the low-code and no-code tools to enable the business users to develop these applications. Number 2, we are building this ecosystem and we are building this marketplace where business users in an organization can go and find the applications that they need and start deploying and using those applications. With respect to the third shift, we are also providing the right tools and technologies that the IT administrators need in order to ensure that all these apps that are being built by the knowledge workers across the organization remain secure. The enterprise's data remains secure. And that the IT administrators can go and monitor the application usage and make sure that they are able to whitelist the apps that they allow the enterprise users and the business users to install and use. That's how we are driving these shifts in the G Suite developer platform. Getting into the specifics, I want to talk about the 5 products in G Suite developer platform, give an overview so that you can go and explore further details on this. So the number 1 developer tool that we provide is AppScript. AppScript is a low-code platform. How many of you here have already heard about AppScript? That's kind of shows how popular AppScript is. You can actually see that there are over 3 billion weekly executions on AppScript. So it's a low-code developer platform, and it enables the business users to quickly build apps. How so? Because it provides an integrated development environment. It provides APIs for all the G Suite apps. It also provides security in terms of OAuth, etc. And it provides an integrated runtime environment so that when you're building the app, you don't have to look elsewhere to think about where you're going to run that app, right? So it has that integrated runtime serverless environment that you can use to go ahead and run the application. From a best practices perspective, if you have an application that is going to be used by, let's say, a few hundred users, AppScript provides the perfect platform to get started. AppScript still requires some coding and some proficiency in coding. This is for what we call the advanced knowledge workers or citizen developers. Let's say you build an app and it becomes very popular in your organization. Now it needs to be used by, let's say, a few thousand users as opposed to a few hundred users. That's the time when you would, as a business user, you would talk to the IT organization and the IT developers, figure out how to scale the application, and also potentially you need new features, maybe some ML or AI capabilities, maybe some data analytics capabilities. That's when you can use Google Cloud Platform and scale that application and build the new features. The second tool that I want to talk about is AppMaker. AppMaker is intended to be a no-code platform, a no-code application development tool. This is for pure business users, knowledge workers who cannot code. At this point in time, AppMaker is great for building simple CRUD applications with the data that you're already using for your business users. If you want something that is a bit more advanced, if you want more advanced customization, you can use AppScript to customize your app that is built using AppMaker. So from a best practices perspective, if you're a business user, you would start building the app. As long as it's a simple CRUD application, you should be able to build with all the visual drag and drop tools as it's illustrated on the slide here. And if you want more customizations, you would go to the IT department and try to seek some of their help in order to customize the application. The third tool that I'm going to talk about is the G Suite add-ons. I literally know of nobody who is just using one or two applications in their business, right? They're always using a suite of applications. For example, if you're a salesperson, you're using G Suite, Gmail, events, calendar, etc. But chances are very high that you are also using a Salesforce or a Dynamics CRM along with this G Suite. So add-ons provides the right tools and the framework for you to get an integrated experience with third-party apps. That's what add-ons is intended to do. It provides that integrated experience. It also provides a development environment in order to build those add-ons so that you can use multiple applications along with G Suite in conjunction with G Suite with that integrated experience. So from a best practices perspective, you would look for these add-ons to start with on the G Suite marketplace, where the chances are that you will be able to find the right add-on that you need. Otherwise, this is not a development tool intended for the knowledge workers. Rather, this is a framework intended for use by the knowledge workers. So from a development point of view, you would have to go to IT and ask them to develop an add-on and make it available to you and potentially many of your colleagues in the organization. The next one is the G Suite Marketplace. There are over 6,000 ISV applications, both web applications, productivity tools, add-ons that are available on G Suite Marketplace. So if you're looking to solve a particular problem, this is probably the best place to start with. Look to see whether there is already an application that's available. and use that application. If not, then you'll have to look at how to build something in collaboration with your IT. So if you're in the IT organization, from a best practice perspective, you should talk to them about the app that you need so that in IT you can actually make sure that the application that you want to make available to the rest of your organization is secure, it meets all your needs, and then that application can be whitelisted and make sure that all the other business users can use that. The last tool that I'm going to talk about is the admin console. So the admin console provides a number of different tools and techniques to make sure that the apps in your organization remain secure and the data in your organization remains secure. With the shifts that we talked about, now a lot of different knowledge workers will be building applications through the entire organization. The role of the IT now is to become an enabler, a facilitator for this kind of application development. As a result of that, it's very important that IT's role is to keep the security of the applications and the security of the data and make sure that these apps and data meet the compliance requirements of the organization. In order to do this, we are providing a number of different tools, including whitelisting of the applications. Only the whitelisted applications can be installed by the users in your organization, providing data access controls via whitelisting APIs and enabling APIs, providing some data guardrails, as well as monitoring the app usage and ensuring that the resources that are allocated for the app are maintained. So those are some of the ways how we are doing the enabling the IT to go and be an enabler in your organization in turn for knowledge worker apps to be built. This is an important area of investment for us. We know that there is a lot more work to be done here, and we are working on bringing more capabilities to ensure that as IT organizations, you can empower your business users to build apps and maintain the security of those apps. So far I gave you an overview of the different G Suite developer tools and an overview of what are the industry shifts. I want to take a moment to summarize some of the best practices that we have learned from many of the customers that we have spoken to. These best practices, I have divided them by two personas. One is the knowledge worker, and the other is IT administrator. So if you're a knowledge worker and you're looking to build an app, your first step should be to identify what kind of experience your app needs to deliver. Is it a web app that users are going to access via a URL? Is it an add-on that will be available along with G Suite in the side panel? Or is it an automation? Automation meaning an event-driven app that automatically does some tasks for you in response to some kind of a system event. That would be the first step. The second step is to lay out the resources that your application needs. These resources could be, for example, certain compute resources or certain storage resources, or maybe even some resources, some access to resources such as ML models, etc. Depending on the resources that you need, you can think about what kind of platform that you want to build your application on. The third is the data sources and the retrieval. The data sources could be, for instance, it could be some on-prem system that you're already using. If you're an IT, you have to think about how will I make this data available to the knowledge workers so that they can build the apps. The data sources could also be some other third-party, SaaS services that you're looking at, and maybe what you want to access is just few data items, potentially using APIs. In some cases, you may want a large amount of data that needs to be analyzed by the application itself using some kind of query and analytics tools. So the fourth step is using all of these data from the first three steps to make sure that you're choosing the appropriate G Suite developer tool. If you're looking to build a simple application with no code, you would probably start using AppMaker. If you want some customizations that are a bit more advanced, then you would start looking at AppScript and start using that particular tool for building your app. If you're looking for much more advanced data analytics, crunching a large amount of data, or using some ML, or if you're looking for advanced storage, such as Cloud SQL, then you would be thinking about building your app on GCP, the Google Cloud Platform. Those are the kind of things that you should look at. So now, once you build this app, you should also think about how to share this app with the other users in the organization. This could be, for example, even IT providing some amount of pre-built code for the other knowledge workers to develop apps on. Or it could be IT enabling all the enterprise users to use this app via a private listing on the enterprise marketplace, on the G Suite marketplace. Or if you're even looking if you are a third-party developer or an ISV, you can use the G Suite marketplace as your distribution platform so that you can reach many different enterprise customers and have them use your application. Now, looking at it from an IT administrator's perspective, the best practices are, number one is make sure that your business users, the knowledge workers in your organization, are empowered and they are aware of the tools. Make the right tools available. For example, you may want to make AppMaker available for all your business users in the organization. Enable it for them. Or you may want to build some community around the knowledge workers so that they can collaborate with each other, share information with each other, and build the applications on their own. This is important for you as an IT organization because then it reduces the load on your and the stress on your organization, right, by moving the applications closer to the business users. The second best practice is to establish data access and connectivity. If you want your knowledge workers to be able to build apps around on-prem data, make sure that that data is available. And the third best practice is to enforce security and governance. Now, when you're looking at enabling your business users to install applications from the marketplace, make sure that they're secure. If you are enabling your knowledge workers to build those applications, then make sure that those apps are also secure before they are widely used in your organization. Or you may want to establish some data guardrails or some quotas in the compute to make sure that those apps comply with those limitations that you enforce. So those are some of the best practices that we have learned from many different customers. So at this point, I'd like to invite Monica on stage to talk about application development in Genentech and how they are organized.
Thanks, Satish. Hi, everyone. Welcome to the session, and it's great to be here. Thanks to Sambit and Satish for inviting us here. I have a couple of my colleagues from Roche and Genentech, so glad we could get a team together. So I'm going to start off with talking about who we are. So maybe some of the US-based folks may know Genentech, but Roche is basically a global pharma company based in Basel, Switzerland, with around, you can see over 100 locations worldwide with around 95,000 employees. And Genentech, which is a US-based biotech company, was acquired by Roche in 2009, and ever since we've been a member of the Roche group. Another fun fact, I mean, it's really a huge number, the 11 billion Swiss francs in R&D investment. So we basically are focused on four therapeutic areas, oncology, immunology, neuroscience, and infectious diseases. And really, we have both the diagnostics and pharma divisions under one roof, and this gives us the unique opportunity to actually look at the patient healthcare across the whole spectrum. So right from prevention, diagnosis, treatment, and then monitoring. And our mission is really to find those unique and best solutions to improve our patients' lives. To really support our business and to fulfill the mission, to have the best solutions for our patients, we're looking at, from an IT perspective, how can we actually simplify the landscape empower teams with the right tools, and also support these new ways of working. Our business is going through a major transformation today. And what you see on the left-hand side, and just to give you a background, Roche migrated to G Suite in 2013. And prior to that, because the company had been in business for more than 20, 30 years, as some of you know, you tend to build up on legacy applications, legacy platforms, and lots of custom solutions on those platforms had been built. So we had sort of a messy application landscape. And we also have, ever since we've moved to the cloud, we also got these third-party apps that were sort of confusing our end users. When do I use this versus that? Microsoft was embedded in the organization before we moved to G Suite. So a lot of the questions is, when do I use SharePoint versus Team Drive or Sites, right? And so what our leadership looked at this last year, and we said, there's a certain power in offering our end users a default. And that default is actually G Suite. So we believe G Suite offers the right capabilities to make our end users as productive as possible. But along with G Suite, so the G Suite++ is really about these third-party apps that we have also. So we use Smartsheet, Box, Trello. All of these apps actually add to that experience, they enhance, and they meet the gaps that we have just in the basic collaboration suite. So how are we organized, to support this very large, very complex organization? We have a global IT team that oversees, that looks at, where is the business going, and what are the enterprise solutions we need to provide our customers so that they are not waiting for this and having to do all this work on themselves. So for example, we are focused on personalized healthcare in the Roche Science infrastructure, ERP, and many cloud capabilities, even around automation. So that's something, so the global IT provides those platforms and tools. The functional IT is basically embedded in the business. They actually have the closest proximity to what's going on in each business division. So for example, our business functions can be from research, manufacturing, diagnostics, commercial, right? So each of these businesses have their own individual demands, and they have their own business critical applications that they work with. And that team actually sits and delivers and drives that global IT strategy forward. And then, of course, we wouldn't be here and be able to do what we do without hundreds of these knowledge workers who are both developing, but they're also consuming these services. But they're the ones that are actually building these solutions, using some of the development platforms we have. And we have a wide spectrum. Given the application landscape that we have and the complexity of the business demand too, we have every low-code to medium to the very complex apps, a wide spectrum there. And so in the low-code, we've seen a lot of, ever since, because we've been on G Suite for a while, we've seen lots and lots of knowledge workers build app scripts for many, many different solutions that they want. So for example, AppScript comes embedded within G Suite. It gives you the ability, to connect with the G Suite API. So anyone who's have, curiosity to solve a problem within their own group can just pick it up and get started. It offers the integrated serverless runtime, and it's no additional cost. So I think this is something that we've seen grown very organically. We didn't have to do a whole lot to support the organization. This is something people just ran with. In the medium complexity, we have app scripts or other web apps that have evolved to higher complexity, where we are seeing the use of GCP and APIs. In fact, we ourselves in IT have built lots of global solutions, including our employee directory, which is called PEEPS. We've built that on GCP, leveraging our identity management systems, HR systems, bringing together this data so that that PEEPS app can be available both on Chrome as well as on a mobile device. But I think in the last sort of year and a half, 2 years, we've seen a demand for more intelligent, contextual, apps that will reduce the friction or the barrier of entry to use them. And these apps could be, using some of the, cloud technologies like the natural language processing, machine learning, and AI. We actually signed up with Dialogflow, which is part of the cloud AI stack on GCP, and we have about 70 digital assistants and chatbots, either in a POC or development stage. So there's huge interest and a demand from the business in this area. And again, we are integrating with some of our big third-party systems like ServiceNow, Workday, and SAP as well. So today, I actually want to talk about two use cases, both built with app scripts. And both of these actually come from our pharma technical operations, business operations team, which is basically manufacturing. So this team actually has two manufacturing pilot plants here in South San Francisco. And they really wanted to have a tool that enabled to do some sort of workforce planning. So for both technicians to be able to plan the next 2 weeks on what's in the pipeline, and for management to have oversight over the activities happening in these plants. And so they looked at, obviously, there are third-party tools available. There's a cost associated with that as well. But given that our Genentech processes are so customized to the molecules and the experiments that are being run in these plants, just to buy an off-the-shelf product wouldn't work, right? And they could also have gone to IT, but IT also adds to the overhead in the sense they need to explain, firstly, get the resource, explain all their business processes, the roles, and it takes time to actually deliver it to the pilot plant workers. And so Scott Lunell, who's here with us today, the author and the person responsible for this app script, actually is very much like some of the knowledge workers in our organization. He saw this problem, and he's not a computer science major. He comes from the life sciences background. He was an intern at Genentech in 2017 and just dabbled in AppScript. And along with another intern, and then later on as a full-time employee, took this on and built AppScript to address this need. And I think it's a great example of what's possible. It doesn't need to, you don't need to wait to solve a business problem just because you don't have IT resources, right? And again, there's another example, same from the same team, but for a different use case. So there are these different equipments. There are 5 different labs within our manufacturing team, and they have different equipment based on the roles that the people have. And earlier, it used to be a very tedious manual process. People would go to the equipment, sign up on a sheet, like, hey, I want to use the equipment from 10 to 11 tomorrow, right? Really manual process. And they actually, these equipments can't be booked by just anyone. So they're booked by the role that you have in the team. And so again, AppScript came super handy because they could actually not only see the availability of the equipment, book the equipment, it'll show up on their calendar. There would be an email sent to remind them, hey, your equipment is due for return now. And they could also, say an equipment is broken, they've used it and it's not working, they could just schedule a maintenance right there, right, through this tool. They have colleagues now in Germany, the same team, and they said, we would like to use this tool too. And so they've localized that same app script and used it for their German colleagues and counterparts. Again, a great example of how empowering your organization and your knowledge workers to use what's at their fingertips today. And we're really proud that of the work that Scott's doing. He even, in fact, ran AppScript training for his team there to help them build more. I want to leave you with some best practices. Obviously, we are not a small company, so some of our best practices are really centered around how we can scale and support a very large organization. And the first one is the enterprise strategy. And this is not just about seeing, technology for technology's sake. It's about how can we deliver platforms and services that actually meet our business demand. So we look at a 2 to 3 year and see how are we positioned ourselves with the cloud capabilities, with infrastructure services, application development services, to enable and drive that forward because the business is relying on us to do that. And the second thing we actually really value a lot is this customer experience. So when we think of IT services, most people just don't like going to IT. It takes long. You have to open 10 tickets. You have to go here, go there. we try to bundle these services. So we look at like, what does an application developer need, when they come to us? What does a DevOps person need? What do these researchers need when they, want to quickly spin up applications? And so we look at how people are consuming our service. What are they telling about it? What is their feedback? Where can we do better? And continuously have this cycle with them to improve it. And then the third thing that we have to drive is the compliance within all the products, so platforms and services we provide. And this is a proactive, close collaboration with security, with legal, with Core Map to make sure that anything we recommend and anything we say, this is supported by IT, it's actually complying with Roche data and privacy standards. So essentially, we are making sure that the heavy lifting is already done, so that when end users go into the application landscape, they can actually pick a product knowing that IT has vetted it. It's safe to use. The second piece is around empowering the organization, and the first part, business partnership is essential for us because of how diverse and geographically dispersed we are. It's very important to have, we call them IT business partners. They're basically embedded in IT in the business, but they understand the IT landscape. They can connect the dots for the business. They can point them to the right people. They can point them, hey, you don't need to build this. There's already a solution available for this. So there is this cross sharing of ideas, but also solutions on how business can solve their problem. We also make a very concerted effort to make sure that anything that we introduce into the organization, there's full transparency on the roadmap. So there is nothing unexpected or a surprise, right? So we make sure that we have our sounding boards with our stakeholders and customers internally. We also have user adoption services regionally spread across who are actually our channels, and they're communicating new changes that are coming in our pipeline to all of their users. We also run a lot of pilots. So we're very, because we want the organization to be prepared for change, we make sure that, for example, whether it's Team Drive or it was Hangouts Meet, right? Or there are new, Docs API, things like that are coming, that we open this up, run pilots in our test domain, give early access to developers so that they are prepared for changes that they need to make in their applications or in their, the way they work. And this actually gives us the early access to their feedback. And we've been actually lucky to have a really great partnership with Google to funnel that feedback back into the product teams so that this feedback goes there early and often. And they actually know what doesn't work for us and what works for us. And the last thing is around learning. So I think this is also very critical, especially as technology is changing. There are new emerging technologies coming where our business and our IT is actually ramping up. So we run hackathons. In fact, procurement just had a Procurathon 2 weeks back. This is really to say, let's bring our top 2-3 business problems here. Let's get a team of developers, UX, business analysts, all of us come together, and let's try and solve this in like maybe 1 or 2 days, right? And this is a great way to understand, you're pushing the limits of the APIs available. You're pushing the limits of like, how can we address this problem? Can we address this problem? Are we too early? Should we then request more feature updates from the product teams and come back to this later? This really gives us this cycle of understanding and learning to be prepared to do it in production. The part about learning is definitely knowledge sharing. Again, we are huge or heavy users of Google Plus communities. I can't tell you that a lot of our Google Plus users rely, in fact, I met Scott through one of these communities, is that I just posted something on AppScript and Scott responded. So there are lots and lots of people that are connecting with each other, sharing learnings, sharing like even their failures, like, hey, this didn't work for me, has anyone else tried this, right? And so these network communities are ones where a lot of folks rely on them for learning and understanding what's going on in the organization for specific subjects. And then centers of excellence. We have Roche experts in specific domains. So for example, G Suite app development, API integration. We now have one on conversational platforms. So what we do is we look at the emerging technologies and the business demand and say, hey, we need a set of experts on these technologies that are ready to jump into projects and to help the business when they need. And so they're at hand to advise and guide our business as need be. So we're still learning. Obviously, this is not set in stone. We are learning and adapting, and we are continuing to do this to fulfill the need that, basically address what our patients need next. And with that, I want to hand it off to Sambit. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Monica. What I'm going to do is I'm going to talk about the future of app development, some of the key trends that at least we see, and we hope that you see the same way. So few things, right? So if you look at any productivity platform, right, everybody provides the standard mechanism, the same way of sending mails, calendar, chats, writing docs or sheets and things like that. But fundamentally, we see three different, market trends or tech trends, which is going to impact this productivity space in next 5 to 10 years. So what are those three? The first thing that we see is we have now capability to understand the user context. What I mean by that? So everybody has a mobile device. So at any point in time, systems know where you are. And depending on where you are, the experience can be customized. So that is, the context, an example of the context. The second thing that the systems are good at today is capturing the usage pattern. So what I mean by that is how you do your work. The systems know how you are doing that work, so things can be customized as per that. For example, if you're always offlining something, the systems can know, and based on how and when you are doing it, we can take actions in that. And the third thing that happens is when you go to a new organization, the way to learn about that particular organization is you go and ask people. The knowledge in the organization is there in people's head. It's sort of the tribal knowledge. Wouldn't it be better for you to know in a systemic way? There are some people who have tried this using sort of structured data analysis, but given the fact that today we have this knowledge scattered across different chat exchanges, different email exchanges, different docs, a way to synthesize that knowledge will become important. And that's what you are calling enterprise knowledge. Using these three, you can potentially categorize the experience that are going to come into three broad categories. I've called this as assistive experience, knowledge visibility, and process automations. Let's look at each of these. So this will give you an idea of what I'm talking about. So if you drive any new car today, what you can see is there is a blind spot detection in most of the cars. What is that doing? It's helping you drive better. It's providing an assistive capabilities on driving. You can see the same pattern emerge in software. So if you look at a chat, right, and the moment some chat comes in, it suggests you some option based on the context. And what does that help you, especially on a mobile device? It helps you give a response which is relevant. So that is assisting you in responding, right? You can see that if you have used Gmail autocompose, the same kind of mechanism. The opportunity here is bring that to the developer platform so that you can use that, or the knowledge workers can use that to build assistive experiences. The next thing I'm going to talk about is this whole idea of enterprise knowledge. Now, with the structured data, you can go to your analytics system and know, for example, who the best customer is, and is he being spoken to by the best customer service representative in your organization. Who is the expert in a particular area. But with enterprise knowledge, it will be possible for you to, without having any structured analysis, know who is the expert and who do we reach out to if you need some help. Be it usual things like 401k or anything of that sort. So think about it. When an average worker spends 20% of the time, if you save that, instead of working for 5 days, you're working for 4 days. That's 20%. Or you can use that day to do your 20% project. However, whichever way you look at it, that'll help you do that. The third thing I'm going to talk about is automation. This use case, all of us go through. We want to have a discussion, and we want to have a chat. And what happens is we have, before we know, we have 5 or 10 email or chats gets exchanged before we set up a meeting. The system recognizes that, suggests you some time slots by looking at your calendar and your availability, and you click just one click, and the meeting is set up. Not only that, based on conversation, maybe it can set up the agenda, figure out which are the documents that are important, and attaches that to the calendar invite. All these things will be possible by automating processes and tasks. So that is the third big trend you will see. Most of the productivity improvement and the ensuring developer tools will capture these 3 trends. Now to the final section. So what's new in G Suite? I'm going to talk about 3 things. So we are launching a new add-ons platform. Add-ons has been there for a long time, but we are going to do a new add-ons platform. What that will help you do is, instead of driving an add-on for each of the G Suite apps, you write it once, and it works across all the different G Suite apps. It will have the user context, and you can have that customized user context. It will make the development easier. It will make the management easier. It's a uniform experience across G Suite instead of per host app. The second thing that we are announcing today is Alpha for data connectors. So what this means is, most of you, as we try to move your workload to cloud, you have this hybrid scenario where you want the cloud to work with your on-prem system. So with this Alpha, what we are doing is we are integrating seats with the on-prem relational data store you have on your on-prem data center. This could be SQL Server, this could be Oracle, this could be MySQL. So you can have all that data come into seats and be used in seats, and you can have that hybrid experience. The third thing that I'm going to talk about or announce today is what we are calling G Suite Marketplace Security Assessment Program. The GSM Marketplace, it has more than 6,000 apps, as was talked about. It becomes very, very challenging for people to know which apps to rely on, which apps not to rely on, and it's a big challenge for admin. We have partnered with some of the industry-leading security analysts, and the publisher of these apps, they can go and have their apps security assessed, and if they pass the test, we'll assign them a badge. Then that becomes easy for the administrator to facilitate app buying process. So those are the 3 announcements. With that, I'll end this session, but your feedback is super important. It's the gift for us. So please provide the feedback, and that will help us improve the session. I'll invite Monica and Satish to come on stage to take any question that you may have. You have 2 mics there. I don't know if there is any question on Dory. We'll take live question first, and if there are any question on Dory, we'll take that as well. So if I understand your question, you are saying there is a lot of shadow IT, but how do I start or facilitate this app building while stopping the shadow IT part of it, right? Is that your question? Okay. So the answer to that is, it's twofold. So one is, in our manageability story, some of the things that we should be doing is missing. For example, if you start a system project today, that is a feature we'll be rolling out soon. Then so today the shadow IT part will become it will come under the purview of the administrator. You cannot have an application living outside the scope of the administrator. So one is, manageability standpoint, we need to address some of these issues that will ensure that. But ultimately, you have to facilitate this because that is furthers the business. So the responsibility lies in we providing the tools for you to manage it better so that shadow IT can be eliminated. Okay. So what we'll do is, these guys need to run, but we'll hang around here and we'll address all the questions because they have to close at 12. So all three of us will be here and we'll address all the questions. Thank you everyone for coming here. If you have questions, please come upstage and we'll address the questions.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Jayant Mysore. I'm the Group Product Manager for Enterprise Search within Google Cloud. Thank you all for coming here today. We are super excited to meet all of you and tell you about Google Cloud Search. For those of you who are not familiar with the product, we announced the product at the last Cloud Next in San Francisco late last year, and the product has been generally available since November of last year. The focus of today's session will be to understand the power of this product as experienced by our valued customers and explained by our partners that we are extremely lucky to have and have here with us on stage today. So today's presentation will in fact be led by some of the best partners we have in North America, talking to us about customer deployments in globally recognized large corporations. So we have a really simple agenda. I will walk you through our cloud searches in a nutshell, hand it over to partners one by one who will walk us through a series of deployments that they've had, walk us through the experience with the product, with the API, so on and so forth from that perspective, and we'll end with a few exciting product announcements again from me. So what is Google Cloud Search? In a nutshell, we have tried to bring the power of Google to every business. Imagine being able to index everything in a company. I literally mean it, index everything in a company. That is what will ultimately allow you to bring the information that your employees in a company need as and when they need it. It puts information at their fingertips. To do that, we have to put privacy and security at the core of this offering. So a lot of innovative engineering has gone in to reflect permissions from the source in near real time into the index so that users never see content that they're not supposed to. Obviously, the whole product is powered through a lot of machine learning, from ingestion through ranking to providing answers, so on and so forth. The goal here is to bring every aspect of the convenience, scale, and speed of Google.com to every business. Peeling the onion a little bit, this is what is there in the product. At the core of it all is a permission or an ACL-sensitive index. This is not a regular content index. This maintains really rich information. It maintains interaction data. It maintains lots of extracted insights from content, signals in terms of who you are as a user, so on and so forth, to rank documents uniquely the way Google can do. To the left of this is an API. We call it the Indexing API, and an SDK that we provide for indexing content from any source, on-prem, in the cloud, or SaaS applications. If you happen to be a G Suite customer, you can index this content automatically. You don't need to do any work. We just do it for you automatically. Obviously, the product is available as a standalone offering, which means you do not need to be a G Suite customer to use this product. On the right, you have a query API that allows you to implement search applications in the context of the workflow surfaces that your employees use. Core benefits, starting with the most obvious, we bring world-class search out of the box, okay? Close to it, something that we've learned through our initial deployments and pitches is this product is truly serverless. No concept of nodes, no concept of buying more storage, no concept of figuring out how many VMs you need to spin up. This is truly serverless. Just keep indexing what you want, keep firing up applications. It just works. Hardened security that I've touched upon. We bring truly enterprise-wide search. We really invite companies to index all of the content, right? And of course, the product is internationalized, works for 100+ languages out of the box, and is compliant with standards that most enterprises care about. I would like to emphasize that the product is available as a standalone offering. Any customer, any business in the world, we invite you to try us as a product. If you are a G Suite customer, we give you the added benefit of indexing your G Suite content without any effort, but even otherwise, anybody is free and welcome to use it. The product is priced on the basis of number of documents, number of queries, and we start off with packages of various sizes, and then if you go beyond those quotas, we have a very, very simple usage-based model that kicks in after that. With that background, it's now my privilege to invite our esteemed guests today on stage, Chad Johnson from SATA, Brian McKay from Onyx, Eric Immerman from Perficient, and Cameron Khan from Accenture. Please come on stage. Let's give them a round of applause, please. So just to set up these gentlemen for what they're going to be covering with us today, just to give you a quick sense, each of them is going to be covering a different aspect of the product as they have experienced it. Their talk will touch upon many different aspects, but I've just called out some core aspects for each of them. Onyx will be talking to us, Brian from Onyx will be talking to us about the rapid deployment experience they've had with the product. Eric from Perficient will be covering search relevance out of the box. Chad from SATA will be covering the benefits of having an effortless infrastructure and getting good search quality out of the box. And finally, Cameron from Accenture will be providing a very interesting perspective on how search can be used as a building block for larger, more complex content analytics solutions. With that overview, I invite Brian to take it over from here.
Giant, thank you. Good afternoon. Thanks for joining us. Hi, everybody. My name is Brian McKay. I lead our cloud search practice within Onyx. Our company was formed in 1992, and in 2002, we became one of the first Google Enterprise partners. So we've been in the search business for a long time. Since then, we've grown significantly, both in terms of products, both in terms of products and services, as well as a company. So we have over 200 employees now. We're serving over 1,000 customers. We represent and we resell all the different products that Google has to offer, the whole product line. So we're not just search anymore, although for me and my group, it is the thing that we do. And the other thing I should mention is we are a 3-time recipient of the North American Partner of the Year. A little louder, Onyx, folks. So I've got 2 use cases that I'm going to talk about this afternoon. The first one is Philips Healthcare. And so this is a very common use case that you'll find in a lot of organizations. Some of your organizations, in fact, may have this use case. This is a field service use case. It's really field service, knowledge management, and customer support. And in 2015, they came to us with a problem. It was primarily knowledge management and customer support. And the challenge that they had was that for their service engineers, it just took far too long for them to find anything in order to be able to service their customers in the field. So within Philips, this particular group is about 5,000 field service engineers all around the world. And their job is to go into hospitals and look after the MRI machines, CT scanners, ultrasounds, et cetera, et cetera. So they've got a pretty important role out there in the field. Their challenge was they were spending evenings and weekends trying to find the information they needed so that they could service the equipment the day before they were going in to actually work with the customer, work with the equipment. It was just taking too long. They couldn't find what they needed. Sometimes they found it, sometimes they didn't. All that adds up to equipment downtime, extended downtime, and just in general, the inability to get the machines back up and running. And that was impacting some really critical metrics for the customer. You think customer satisfaction, first-time resolution, the time it takes to solve a problem, et cetera, et cetera. So working with their team, we solved that problem for them. And we were able to help their team realize some really important benefits. For example, reducing the amount of time it takes to search for information and find what they needed by 27%. And the other one, which was, I think, even more important and important for their customers, reducing the time to solve by 15%. So the time in the field is much more valuable. They got the equipment back up and running, uptime increases, et cetera, et cetera. Very important milestone for them. In 2018, they came to us with a different challenge. This time, the challenge was they had to move off of an old solution and migrate over to a new solution, and they had a very compressed timeline within which to do it. So this was a migration exercise primarily. But they had some really critical objectives. So number one, they wanted to ensure that they had a minimal footprint in the data center. Essentially, they are moving to the cloud. And not only were they moving to the cloud, the other issue they had was just the cost of implementing within the data center and the amount of time and effort it takes to implement within the data center. So the challenge there is we had we had to find a solution that allowed them to move to the cloud. The other one was they needed to be ready for UAT in 3 months. This is the rapid implementation part of it. And that was a very significant challenge, but I'll touch on some of the details. It was very successful. The last one is, since they were migrating from a solution, they wanted it to be transparent. No training, no retraining, and they wanted the solution to give them a search experience that was equal to or better than what they had with the previous solution. So first of all, the managed service, I can't underestimate this, that notion of a managed service. There are no servers to set up. There's no software to install, as Giant had mentioned. There's no nodes. You're not tuning and tweaking the search engine. It's just there. It just works. So that's the first key point. And the second one is, with a robust connector framework and APIs, we were able to actually start development remotely and help them move along a lot faster and get the deployment ready within that 3-month window and into their QA environment. The other thing we should mention is the performance of the connectors. Indexing in days, not weeks, is a really important measurement. And the last is, once the system went live, nobody really noticed. And that was a good thing, because that meant we hit the objective. That meant that we were giving them what they had, if not better. Now, when you take a look at the architecture, I do want to highlight a couple of things here. The first point is, a few years ago when we started this, almost every content source you see on this diagram that's on the left was on-premise. Over time, they were moving everything into the cloud. The other thing is, everything on the right was also on-premise. So with this implementation, what we've done is, now we didn't obviously move their content sources to the cloud, but what we've done essentially is move the entire solution out of their data center and into the cloud. The only thing that's left in the data center that we put in their data center are those green boxes. And those are the connectors themselves running on virtual machines. So that's really all that's left. I mean, that's there for security reasons and, so that it's close to the on-premise sources. But that's all that's left. Everything else has been moved to the cloud. That greatly simplifies solutions and allows us to move a lot faster. Now, this is a view of the user interface. Looks like a fairly typical enterprise search use case, but there is something here that I want to highlight, and it's really important, and that is on the left-hand side. So everything on the right looks like fairly typical, enterprise search stuff. But on the left, the thing that's really important are those filters. Within their solution, almost all of their content did not have those filters. So as we were ingesting the content, we had to add those filters. We did that in the connectors. In their previous solution, we had another system, which was a third-party offering. They analyzed the content and enriched the metadata. With these connectors and the processes that we created, we were able to add that metadata with the connectors. And that's really important because that's how their engineers are able to find their information so quickly. Oh, one more thing I wanted to mention, and that is, if I just go back, is that there are some best practices around metadata enrichment, and that's not the stuff I'm going to dig into deeply, and I know that Eric is, so I just wanted to make sure I teed that up for his conversation. The second use case I want to talk about is Whirlpool. For those of you who joined us last year on stage, or sorry, who joined us last year for the launch of Cloud Search, you've heard about this use case. The thing that's really important about this use case is really it's the why it matters, right? In the engineering world, they tend to have systems, very diverse systems. In the case of Whirlpool, there's 21 different systems that they need to search. People have to find information in all these different systems, and that takes a long time. But the key here is that with a solution like this, they have a single pane of glass to search across all those systems. And so finding and reusing knowledge they've invested in is now possible. That's one of the key benefits. The other, of course, is you start to get into things like the reduction of design, or the reduction of cost of design, and the improvement of time to market. Now, rapid implementation, as Jayanth had highlighted, is really important. And there's another key part to it that's really important, and that is how quickly now we can index content. You know, we're seeing rates of about 12 million documents. I think the APIs are capable of about 12 million documents, you know, in a week. At Whirlpool, we indexed their documents, 12 million documents, in just over a week. And that's super critical because, as I'm about to show you here, there are some things we're working on next, right? In terms of significantly improving the experience for their users, which is really critical because, you know, everybody wants that Google experience. Well, now we're about to take that step. But it's the performance of the connectors that is an enabler. If you can index your content fast, that means that you're able to experiment. You're able to go and start to experiment with, you know, the metadata and the filters, the facets, the operators, and everything else. We know we didn't get that right for Whirlpool. Their users told us that, so we have work to do. And this is what allows us to get that right for the users. The other thing that we're starting to do is to introduce a really, really exciting feature, probably one of the ones that I find is the most exciting, and that is the ability to start asking your query as a question, query interpretation or query intent. And the other one is there's a lot of documents out there in an index that have knowledge buried deep. So we want to be able to start surfacing that knowledge as an answer to a question. Those are the things that we're really looking forward to. So I just want to wrap up by letting you know that there's a few of us who are here in the audience, and afterwards we're going to be here. If you have any questions about the work that we do, our company, or the use cases, please come see us afterwards. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Brian. Thank you very much, Brian, for that. So very quickly, we'll be now switching over to Perficient. Eric will talk about a couple of their deployments and help us understand how the search relevance out of the box and cloud search help their customers. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Jayanth. So my name is Eric Immerman. I'm our director of our search and content practice at Perficient. High level, Perficient is a North American-focused services integrator and software integrator who has about 3,000 consultants in North America. Our search practice has been around for about a decade now. We've done over 200 successful implementations and have around 30 search-focused clients who are consultants who are really focusing on search and AI in particular. So what I want to talk about today is a couple of different customers that we've worked with and how we've used Google Cloud Search to kind of improve relevance and give them a great experience out of the box. All right, so the first one I want to talk about is a large financial technology services customer, about 22,000 users of this system. So as you can see from this slide, they're looking at a broad range of content, right? So 8 different content sources, crawling websites, loading from ServiceNow or Salesforce, crawling Jive or Confluence, right? All of these are kind of heterogeneous data sources that don't all have the same metadata and information for them, and we want to give them all into a single pane of glass. Right, that single pane of glass is hosted on a SharePoint environment. It's got seamless single sign-on with Google to automatically log you in, know your preferences, know your history, and so on. And it really operates as a unified portal for all of that content. All right, so that's experience number 1. Experience number 2 is another customer we're working with who are 350,000 users, so very large food and beverage manufacturer, right? And as part of this, we've synchronized over all of their groups and their permissions and their users, right? Where we have the ability to keep permissions on every one of these documents across thousands and thousands and thousands of groups. And then they're loading lots and lots of content in. So 21 different content sources for phase 1, which is just the tip of the iceberg in this case. Things like databases, where they're loading out of their own custom applications that they've written internally. Things like the IBM suite, so FileNet and Wickham and Portal, or Documentum, or online SaaS services like GetAbstract or Books24/7 that they use for learning. They are taking these into a bunch of different application experiences where each has a different sort of way of working. So basic level, this is something like people search, being able to find what people exist in my organization and how they relate to one another. Right? Next would be something like Research Library, helping their R&D folks understand what R&D they've done in the past and use that to build on top of the R&D they're going to do in the future. Unified enterprise search, once again, we're looking to combine all of these sources together and really use this as a way to accelerate the time to value of both the product and also to allow their users to very quickly find what they're looking for. Now, in both of these environments, as I've mentioned, these are kind of heterogeneous environments where there is a lot of different content that always ranked relatively differently, right? So when you run into this scenario, a lot of times, the base way is you just say, all right, I'm just going to look at the content, content's equivalent across all these, let's search by content, but that doesn't always provide the best experience. As Jayanth mentioned before, there's lots of signals that can be used by these engines to help influence relevance, the context behind that content. So something like, when was a document created? Or is there a good description of the content? Or does it have tags or labels or keywords? All of these things are pieces that can be provided into the picture to give a better relevance out of the box than just simply looking at content and understanding what's there. In a lot of search platforms, so a lot of the open source ones or other competitive platforms, the way that you do this and the way you integrate this content is via the query end of the matter, right? Essentially, they're what's known as schema-less systems. So I throw all of my data into the system, it figures out what types of fields everything is, and then when I'm querying, when I'm doing that interface, I'm essentially tuning and tweaking and saying, okay, for content source A, title is very important. Content source B, description is important. Content source C, maybe nothing is. And this is going to happen in every organization, because you might have a website or a system that's run by marketing, and there's been SEO out the wazoo done on it, and you really have very good content, whereas something else might be user-created content where the only reason they're putting a description is because it's required for them to upload the content in the first place, right? You get very different strength signals out of those two different scenarios. So in this model, when you're adding additional data sources, you're essentially getting almost an exponential sort of problem, right? The more applications I have, the more data sources I have, the more complex that logic has to be, the more I have to work to really understand all the different pieces of data that I'm ingesting. With Google Cloud Search, however, we do it a little bit differently. So we design the relevance up front by designing a schema and specifying, A, what type of data is in the system, right? So my field might be a string, an integer, a date, and so on. That's the simple stuff. Then we go and we can do and say, this is how important that field is. So at a field-by-field level within the data source, we can provide relevancy context that Google's algorithms can use to say, oh, in this data source, I really care about the description or the title or maybe the keywords or the tags, right? After that, we can then provide operators. And operators are essentially a shortcut for how do users know this field, right? So that Google's natural languaging can take that and really understand, okay, when the user says they're searching for a document with a description of blank, okay, let me rewrite that query to understand here's the type and description is one of the fields, so let's rewrite the query to make it more accurate for the user even though they didn't know how to write that query themselves. Okay? This all takes the onus of driving relevancy out of the query end and puts it at the data source end, which is honestly a better area to do it simply because a lot of times the people who know their data best are the owners of those data sources. So we're looking to kind of upfront define this so that I can go and combine later and I don't have to go and kind of retune everything after the fact. I just have great out-of-the-box relevancy. So beyond that, now we have the case where there's multiple applications I may want to load, right? So I might have an engineering search. I might have an enterprise search. Engineering search, maybe I care a lot more about GitHub or Bitbucket or Jira, right? The general enterprise search, I might care about my policies or, what's the cafeteria menu. In both of those, I can have the same data sources index and use both of those in both searches, but different importances are going to be there based on which search the user is coming from. Google Cloud Search allows us to, out of the box via just a toggle, turn on whether a data source is available for an application. And then B, we can kind of go and set the importance for that data source as part of the application itself. So for engineering search, maybe I don't care about policies as much as I care about source code. For enterprise search, maybe I don't care about source code as much as I care about policies. Very simple little tweaks we can do in order to tweak the relevance out after the fact without having to go and change my queries and change my logic and so on. Combined with the machine learning and personalization, this really gives us the ability to have a great out-of-the-box relevance and a really great experience and quick time to value for users getting a beneficial product into their environment. Okay? So I appreciate everybody's time today. If anybody wants to come learn more about this or talk with me, my contact information on the screen. My colleague Joe is also here if you'd like to talk, and it's been great talking with you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Eric, for that overview. Now over to Chad from SADA to talk to us about a very interesting case where the product has been used for an external search problem.
All right, thanks everybody. I am the Director of Enterprise Search at SADA. SADA was founded about 19 years ago, and we were one of Google's original launch partners with their Enterprise Partner Program. At this point, we have been a multi-year recipient of their Partner of the Year awards. We cover all of the Google Cloud Suite, all of the product lines. Within SADA, I run our search practice. We have a team that implements projects just like this. We help customers figure out how Google Cloud Search can meet their needs, and then we take the project all the way through to implementation. We take a very custom approach to each project, and I've been doing this for about 10 years now with Enterprise Search, and really enjoy all of the different industries that we get to bring search into. There's a lot of things that are common across all the projects, but each one has something, it has a story, it has something that's interesting. And I want to tell you about one of those projects today. And this was the first time that I've worked in this particular slice of this type of search project. We partnered with a company called Avenue Insights and Analytics, and Avenue is a public sector focused solution provider, and they developed an application called SuperIndex. SuperIndex is essentially a search on top of real property records for counties across the United States. In particular, for this project, we were working with Oakland County, Michigan. SuperIndex is interesting because we've probably all had this problem. We've tried to find something on our local government's websites, and maybe they restrict what we can search, maybe they restrict how we can search, when we can search. Oakland County has made this very accessible to the residents of their county. Documents are scanned and run through an optical character recognition process so that the entire mortgage or deed or lien is searchable. Metadata is extracted from those documents and entered through the registrar's office. And at this point, the data comes out in a structured format. It was, I'm not even sure what it was stored in, to be honest, but it came into a connector that we developed using Google's software development kit for Cloud Search. So within just a couple of weeks, we were able to take in massive amounts of data from these feeds coming in with the full text of all of the mortgage documents, all of the deeds, all the liens. The metadata comes in. There were over 75 different properties and attributes for each of these. Grantor names, subdivision names, the year that the property was built. You can imagine there was I had to have a large spreadsheet just to keep track of all the different attributes and fields for all these documents. We designed a schema, just like Eric talked about, to map all of these to different data types, to have different importance levels for the different fields. All of this was fed up into Google Cloud in a secure index. Security is obviously not super important for a public site search, but this is a solution that Avenue deploys to many different counties. So we don't want one county to accidentally be searching somebody else's records. So there is still security and silos even in a public search. On the right-hand side, you'll see that the output is basically a search results page. I'll show you a larger picture of this in just a second. But there's also an interesting alternative use of the search on the output end. We maybe not have all had this happen to us, but it can happen where property records might be filed maliciously. Maybe someone tries to steal a property or tries to do something with bad intent. Oakland County and the SuperIndex allows the residents of the county to register for alerts that let them know if new documents are added to the system with something in their query. They can be fairly arbitrary in the way they specify this. They don't have to put just their name. Maybe their name is, John Smith, and that's too broad. So maybe they want to be able to search by their address or by the subdivision to narrow the search. If any new documents are added, they get an alert. Every night, the system runs those searches automatically. You register with your email address, and you'll get a nice email letting you know if anything new was added. It's a great proactive system to prevent fraud and at least detect it early. So let me show you a little bit more about the interface. This is quite a complicated search screen. There's a lot of different ways that the user can filter the search. We have the facets down the left-hand side, like Brian talked about. We have the different sorting and filtering options. Within the search results themselves in the center, there's a preview of the document, so they can see the first page of the document. They can then purchase and order full copies of the document through an additional process, but at least they can tell if they found the right document. There's a lot of metadata that's shown for each search result, and it's Cloud Search that's returning all of that metadata. We put in those 75 fields, we indicate which ones we want to come back in the search results. There's no limit, we can have as many of them come back as we want. The application renders them in various panels, and there's things that expand and contract and let the user verify that they have found the right document before they purchase it. This is a public site, as Jayanth mentioned. It is at ocmideeds.com, which we've included on the slides if anyone wants to check it out, and it is publicly accessible. The second interface that I talked about was the alerts. This is a pretty simple interface where the user types in a couple of keywords at the top. The system automatically runs the search every night, keeping track of any new results. So it's noticing that maybe yesterday that search returned 4 results, today it returned 5. It sends an email to let us know that a new document has been added, and if it's something you didn't authorize, you could do something about it. So the biggest reason that Avenue implemented Google Cloud Search was that they are not search engineers. They are not search experts, but they wanted Google quality results without a lot of work. They get that with Google Cloud Search. They know that their users will be familiar with the system. It will work like Google. It's become that verb that we all use, and that's what they wanted. They didn't want to build their own. They didn't want to design their own. They just wanted to implement a service that provided very good quality results right out of the box. In terms of infrastructure, they were having some pain points. There was a lot of infrastructure to manage their own search engine. They were having interruptions and downtimes during certain maintenance changes. They would load a new schema, they would push a large batch of data, and they would occasionally have downtime during those changes. Google Cloud Search has eliminated those for them. And finally, the schema did support the robustness that they needed. It had, like I said, quite a few attributes, a lot of different filtering and sorting and faceting capabilities. We were able to accommodate all of that for them. In terms of performance and achievements, we did index over 13 million records. It took approximately 2 days. These were not very large records. They weren't 100-page PDFs, but they were, there was a lot of data, there was a lot of metadata, the full OCR text of every document, and we were able to run, I want to say that we were more the bottleneck than Cloud Search was. We parallelized the indexing, meaning we had multiple instances running in parallel, and we were not hitting the quotas that Google imposed. We were way under the thresholds, so I'm optimistic that if we ever need to index even more than this, that with the right infrastructure and the right planning on our part, I think we're always going to be the bottleneck, not Google, in terms of indexing performance. We are still getting approximately 1 second per query, which is a great execution time. It's fast enough that users don't notice it. Response feels nearly instantaneous. And in terms of an implementation, my team was able to achieve this in about 8 weeks, start to finish, which I think is fabulous. It was, as Eric said, sort of a rip and replace. It was swapping out the old for the new. But that's what we do a lot, and we just want to make sure that it's as transparent and as seamless as it can be for the customer. Lastly, I just wanted to give a little first-person quote here from Lisa Brown, who is Oakland County's Register of Deeds and clerk. And it gives a little bit of the history of why this is important, why this used to be difficult, why it was a struggle, even going back into the 1800s, and the way that records used to be recorded in ledgers and could only be looked up certain ways. So from Lisa. Traditionally, online land records databases are limited to searching pre-indexed fields like grantor and grantee. Now, with SuperIndex, Oakland County's Google Cloud Search-based solution, users have the flexibility to search our records by any term and in one of the 5 languages that we offer. This enables us to accommodate our diverse population. SuperIndex is user-friendly and in the Google format that people are familiar with. I just wanted to give a shout out. Lisa has joined us in the audience today. I want to thank you for traveling in. If you have any questions about this, she's very passionate about the benefits of this solution, and we look forward to more partnerships with Avenue and with Oakland County. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Chad. Thank you so much, Chad. As the last speaker, but not the least important, it's Accenture. Cameron will be covering a very interesting set of deployments, but also walking us through how Accenture sees search as a building block into a much larger content intelligence kind of a play in a lot of emerging use cases. Over to you, Cameron.
Thank you. Thank you, Jonathan. Thank you, everybody, for attending this session. Really appreciate the chance to speak to you today. As Jonathan mentioned, I'm going to talk about 3 things principally. The first is quick background on where my group, the Search and Content Analytics Group, which is effectively the search practice inside of Accenture, where we sit and how we interface with the rest of the organization there. I want to talk a little bit about some of the assets that we built to help deploy search solutions, and particularly cloud search. One of those is in an interesting area that I think is going to be more prevalent in the future. And then I'll really quickly touch on 3 use cases that we've implemented over the years. First off, I have been at Accenture for about 19 months now, and I came to Accenture by way of an acquisition. I was the founder and CEO of Search Technologies, which was a small-ish search consulting firm that grew to about 200 people, and we were acquired by Accenture about 18 months ago, and so now we're 460,000 people. That's an interesting exercise. So today, we're still focused on search, but we're also focused on content analytics, which is really what Google calls document understanding. And I'll get into that in a little bit more detail. But we've been working with Google for many, many years as Search Technologies and now as Accenture. We have many engineers, not unlike these guys, who are trained in all the aspects of Google Cloud Search. The thing that I like, and the reason that we were acquired by Accenture, is that the projects that we're doing are really smaller components of very large projects that use many other assets that Google has today. So search typically is part of a much larger implementation. So we have access to all of those groups and all of those customers now through Accenture. Let me talk a bit about assets. When we were at Search Technologies, we found that implementing search really required us to build accelerators. And one of those key accelerators was in the area of content ingestion. I think most people here have heard about connectors. So we built a framework that we call Aspire that has 40 or so connectors that in some cases overlap with the Google connectors, but in some cases are complementary because there are so many different document sources out there. So we have all of these connectors available, and I'll talk about some customers that are using them. And we're maintaining these and building some great solutions with some, or in some cases, all of these. At Accenture, we have 50 content sources that's powering the intranet for 460,000 people. So that's the first set of assets I wanted to talk about. Now, this is a bit of an eye chart, and don't worry, I'm not going to go through every box here, but what I wanted to talk about was this area of document understanding. If I look at the projects that we're involved with today at Accenture, the vast majority are search use cases, the ones that we've heard about, ones that I'm going to talk about. But there's a new growing use case that we call content analytics or document understanding. And this is where, rather than focusing on search, we're using natural language processing to understand documents. Once we can understand documents, which is effectively tagging them so that we've got much richer metadata, we can do many, many things with that content. We can put it into a knowledge graph. we can index it with search, which is what I think most people are going to do. But we can start to build solutions that are not search-like. Search and match is a good example. We have a customer where we're matching jobs to resumes automatically by understanding those documents. We've got a customer we're working on right now where we're routing mail that's coming in, 35 million pieces of mail. We understand that mail and we send it to the right department or the right person. So document understanding, I think, is going to be a very, very large area. With that in mind, Google has launched the Google Natural Language API, which in my opinion goes hand in hand with search. The other asset, which is in the yellow box that we've implemented, or we've built and we've just released, is a product called Saga. And rather than go into detail about it, I'll just say that it's a business users interface to help you build NLP applications. So if you want to build an NLP application today, you're going to use Python. You're going to have data scientists who are going to build that algorithm using some of the algorithms from Google, and you're going to implement that as a model. Saga enables business users to use a drag-and-drop interface and effectively have the code written for you. So it's meant to democratize access to this document understanding API from Google, which we can then blend with Google Cloud Search. So my own point of view is that search and natural language processing have always gone together, and I think that they will come together more and more, and we'll see much more powerful use cases as time goes on. Let me really quickly touch on 3 different case studies. So this is an automotive client that we've been working with, and the interesting thing about this is it's a dealer extranet. So rather than the intranet, which is also powered by Google Cloud Search, they wanted to build a brand new extranet for thousands of their dealers. And so this was a big multi-million-dollar digital transformation project. So they're migrating the CRM, which was Adobe Experience Manager, from on-premise into the cloud, and my colleagues at Accenture are doing that. And we fit exactly in the middle. So search is a critical component to this extranet. So we've been working with this larger team hand in hand to implement the Google Cloud Search solution. We had to use some of our connectors, some of Google's connectors, but we also had to build a new connector for Adobe Experience Manager in the cloud. So the integration of our connector with Google Cloud Search was particularly interesting part of the project. But I would say if one thing I had to pick out of this project, it's the integration with security. So this particular customer is using the IBM Tivoli product, and we were able to integrate Google Cloud Search with that, and that was a key component of this. So I would say that the security aspects of Google Cloud Search were really important in this particular area. The second customer, video gaming customer, I'm guessing that you probably know who these customers are, except the first one. I'll give you a clue. They're on 2 wheels, not 4. The second one is a video gaming company, an enterprise search application, your traditional enterprise search, but many different content sources, including Lumaps, that they're using for their CRM. SharePoint, both on-premise and online, and again, we were using the connectors, but the key thing about this was relevancy. They really needed strict relevancy and personalization. So a marketing person in Austin needs to be served up with content that's more relevant to them from the content sources than other documents. And so that was a key component. And the relevancy model within Cloud Search really allowed us to do that very well. Again, Aspire was used here as an asset to help us accelerate the development here. We went live, and this is going to be, I think, a very large implementation. And just finally, a large aerospace client, commercial. There's only 2 of them, so you have a 50-50 chance. I'll give you a better clue. They're not in the news for the wrong reason at the moment. So this is a big project. This company has moved from Microsoft over to the entire G Suite, and it's a massive transformation for this organization. And so we're now implementing Google Cloud Search. We're at the concept stage because the G Suite migration is taking a lot of time, and we're doing all kinds of different proofs of concepts. And the one that I'd say that is really interesting is we're using the people search capability, and that's working really well. But what we're going to do is we're going to start using that same capability, but we're going to use it for parts so that we can do some entity extraction. And this is a perfect example of where we're going to start with search, but we're going to layer the Google API, the NLP API on top, because the document understanding requirement at this customer is enormous. And when we connect that together with search, it's going to be a very, very powerful system. They use a knowledge graph today, so they want to get the Google-style answer when they put questions in to the intranet across the whole of G Suite. So that's really the three things I want to say. I just, I'd close by saying that for me, I think Google Cloud Search is a very powerful product. And when you combine that with the Google NLP API, I think you're going to be, well, I'm already surprised. I think I'm going to be more surprised about the kinds of things that we'll be able to do with those two products together. So thank you, and we'll be here at the booth if anybody has any questions.
Well, thank you very much, Cameron, for that, and thank you all the panelists. Just to summarize, we heard use cases of rapid deployment with Philips and Whirlpool, amongst other benefits that Brian from Onyx walked us through. Eric, thanks for that great description of how search relevancy was really useful and how you could improve search relevance by playing around with the structured data fields. External intranet, effortless infrastructure, speed of ingestion, all of that. Thank you so much, Chad. And thanks for the really nice presentation on how NLP and Cloud Search could come together. We'll move to the last section of today's presentation because I tend to speak better when I stand, I'll stand. So I have some really exciting announcements about the product to make as we close the session today. First, moving into general availability, starting today, a whole new set of machine learning-based models are beginning to kick. So what sorts of impact are we seeing? We have been doing lots of experiments on these models internally, and we are really pleased to say that we are seeing a greater than 20% improvement in the mean reciprocal score. For those of you who are not familiar with that metric, it roughly measures how frequently does a user see the results within the top 5 positions. Like, it's a measure of how correctly do we pick the results that matter the most. 15% lift in successful searches. We know successful searches when people have actually clicked on a link and are spending time on the link, so we know that the search was successful. 15% lift. Almost 20% drop in abandoned sessions. And along with that, an almost 30% reduction in queries where users do not find any results. Because we are a relevance ranked engine, we of course think that noisy results are just as bad as poorly ranked results. So we actually don't show results when we are not sure. The way we increased the coverage is by getting more intelligent and aggressive with regards to retrieval of content by applying a lot of machine learning when it comes to knowledge understanding, language understanding, content understanding, and being able to retrieve results more aggressively than otherwise. So we're really pleased about these results. These search quality experiments take a lot of discipline. So we've been experimenting these for a while, and we hope that with these improvements, customers will see an even better experience out of the box with Cloud Search. Second, there was a reference to a feature called People Search. We are calling it Google Directory, and this is going to be available as a beta. It is going to come both with a UI and an API. So as was explained by one of the panelists, you can use the query API in Cloud Search to retrieve results about people in your organization. In addition to providing this API-based access, this will be packaged as an additional benefit, as an additional service that you get as part of G Suite, and we call this Google Directory. So here is a screenshot of what you're likely to see. You'll be able to see both the organizational hierarchy that a person comes from, navigate up and down, but also we are super excited that you will be able to understand more about what a person works on. Double-click into that, see who else works on the same topic areas, because teams have become far more fluid these days, and more on this will be coming on the G Suite side moving forward. So we invite those of you who are interested in being part of a beta for this product at this short link, and of course take pictures, but this whole presentation will be online as well. We'll be selectively rolling out the beta based on the demand. We are seeing a lot of demand for this feature from customers, so we'll be rolling it out to get feedback from a lot of you. So we encourage you all to sign up for this beta. With that, my presentation for the day is complete. Thank you all very much. Couple of notes for all of you to keep in mind. One is when it comes to People Search, like any search product, you're only going to find information that you index. So there is something called the Google Cloud Directory Sync that all customers have access to. If you're a G Suite customer, you have to go ahead and configure that so that you index more information. Because what you can find is a function of what you've indexed in. So that's one obvious point, but I'm just calling it out because it's important to note. It's not like there's no magic to finding information that's not there in the index. That's yet to be invented. The other part here is that for those of you who are curious about the search quality metrics, we have also published an article that walks you through how Google Cloud Search actually does ranking. It's turned out to be a topic of general interest for a lot of people. So please go to google.com and look for Google Cloud Search ranking, how, so on and so forth. I'm sure you'll find the article. And thank you very much for all of your interest today. We encourage you all to sign up, talk to our partners who are all here. Thank you all for your time and sharing your stories. Thank you very much.
wants to save somebody when they need you, going against the grain. Don't be afraid. Yeah, all it takes is being brave. Yeah, all it takes is being brave. I'll swim deep down, 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 pull you out now, now, now. 'Cause you're in my dreams, haunting me, and I'd do anything, love, just to breathe. I build you up when you think you're alone, and no one picks up the phone. Forgotten skin and bones. Oh, yeah. I take you home, fill your body with chrome, build a castle to hold. 'Cause you build me up. Oh, 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 and you never let go. Oh, 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 yeah. You build me up. Oh, 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 and you never let it go. There will be a reckoning. Everything.
Je prends ton clicker.
Welcome everyone. I'm Nicolas Cardas. I'm a product manager for Gmail security, and my colleague is Nicolas as well.
Hi, I'm Nicolas Borski. I'm a technical lead working on Gmail and G Suite security engineering.
So welcome to the session CP211 Gmail security on advanced security features. And thanks to all of you for being here. I'm going to switch slides. So I looked at who came today, and I saw a lot of you are responsible for security within your organization. So you're basically the heroes of the organization, because protecting user is one of the most important things these days. It's a top priority for business because of all the issues that you're all aware about, like business email compromise, phishing attacks, and others. So G Suite protection starts with Gmail. And why Gmail? Why email? Because email is actually one of the most easiest vector to reach the largest number of people. So in this presentation, we'll go through 3 different sections. The first one being advanced phishing and malware protection. The second one would be about encryptions and what Gmail is doing to better protect email on transit. And the third one would be around right management, information right management that we provide to users. So we'll leave time at the end for Q&A if you have any question. So starting with Gmail and phishing. Phishing has been around for a long time. It used to be pretty straightforward to detect phishing attacks because the emails were not very difficult to identify. There were typos and things like that, but phishing has evolved quite a lot. Malware also, sorry about that. So malware is also something that is distributed primarily via email. 2/3 of malwares come from email. And enterprise customers, enterprise corporate account of users receive on average 4.3 times more malware via emails than regular consumers. So corporate accounts are much more targeted. Another category of attacks are around data breach. It can be either via users unintentionally making mistake and leaking data, or it can be also via attack on to the corporate infrastructure. And one category of malware where we've seen a large growth, and these numbers are not from Google. These are public numbers from, I think the notes are at the bottom right, from Verizon and other studies. But ransomware as a type of malware, I've seen a huge growth over the last few years. There's been a lot of news about it, and it costs businesses billions every year to address these issues. So that's really a category of malware where we've seen a lot of growth. So what is Google and Gmail? What are we doing to protect you? Gmail uses machine learning technologies that are developed across Google and apply that to fighting phishing attacks. We also have, when you use machine learning, one of the information that you need to train models is ground truth. And because Gmail has over 1.5 billion users, we have a lot of ground truth coming from users and feedback loop, which helps us improve our models and train our models. It's also Gmail, it was last week Gmail's 15th birthday, so Gmail has experience now on fighting spam, phishing, and from the beginning, Gmail was one of the first services to really focus on spam detection. Here are some numbers. I'm not going to go through each of them, but as you can see, the numbers are pretty large. Every minute, just as an example, 10 million spam messages are blocked and not from being delivered to the user's mailbox. So it's really a business at scale. And this slide is about early detection. There are two ways to, the better we are at detecting, and this is what Nico is gonna talk about, and avoiding delivery in the mailbox of bad emails, the less remediation there are for businesses. So focusing on improving detection is the top priority for us. I already mentioned that earlier, the self-learning models. So that's something that Google is investing a lot on. And we have a mix of heuristic and self-learning models. Over time, we are doing more and more on the machine learning side, and we've seen really, really big improvement in the quality of detection by using machine learning. And as I mentioned, these models have been developed, or the technologies have been developed across Google in different businesses. For example, we use machine learning for image analysis to recognize logos or fake logos into images. This was developed by other teams within Google, and we're using that in Gmail to improve detection. And the last bullet, the last part there is personalized for you. As an example, for spam, not everyone is going to find, for a given email, it's going to be considered as spam for certain users and not spam for others. So we need to have models that are personalized for each user, because not everything, spam doesn't mean the same thing for everyone, and not all emails are spam for all users. It's different for phishing and really malicious messages, which don't have to be personalized, but spam is really a category of messages where personalization is very important. So what is phishing? Now, we're going to talk a little bit about phishing. Phishing is basically a fraudulent attempt to obtain sensitive information by disguising as a trustworthy entity in electronic communication. So today, phishing is one of the major attacks used on the internet. And why phishing versus other type of attacks? One of the things is phishing is relatively simple for attackers to use compared to malware. Creating a malware, an application can be much more complex, or scripts inside an office document or something like that. But phishing is pretty straightforward and easy to do. The second one is scalability. With phishing sent by email, your attacks can be very scalable. And the last one is return on investment. And it's sort of a result of the previous two, simplicity and scalability. These days, attackers are often people who try to make money, and they look at the ROI. If it costs them too much to do an attack, when they're not going to spend their time on that, and they're going to use another vector. There are exceptions, like the state-sponsored attack, that don't do that for money. But for the large majority, things like ransomwares and others, the people, the attackers, what they want is to make money. So the harder their life is to do the attack, it reduces basically the risk of them using that vector for attacking. So phishing these are just screenshots of newspaper, but it has evolved over time. When it started, phishing was pretty easy to detect. It was not targeted at all. Today, non-targeted phishing is still the majority of phishing, but we see more and more, and it's growing, targeted phishings. And the way attackers do that is they're going to, for example, look at a company and do some research about the company. Or what are the suppliers of this company? What are the other companies this company makes business with? And they're going to do phishing by using the name of a supplier or something like that. They will do spoofing. These are much more advanced attacks that are smaller scale, so more difficult to detect, and that are much more effective because people are not as cautious when they see an email coming from someone with a supplier, for example, or that fakes to be a supplier. So these targeted attacks are much more difficult to identify, but we have technologies for that. And now I'm going to have Nicolas provide some insight about about phishing and what we do for phishing.
All right. So today we're going to go mostly about credential phishing now, as it's the most prevalent form we have seen. The reason for the popularity of these attacks is basically that phishing attacks make it really easy for an attacker to ask the victim all the relevant information for successful hijacking. You can ask for username, password, additional information, and some victims are going to answer. So this vector, despite being one of the easiest to pull off, is also one of the most successful ones. So we studied, a couple of years ago, we studied like the different type of attacks that are efficient on the internet. And we published a paper how we revealed that our discovery was the victims of phishing are actually much more successfully hijacked afterwards than the victim of other major hijacking vectors, like keyloggers or credential leaks. It's back to the point that phishing allows the attacker to get all the information they need to access the target system. So phishers try to make it very difficult to pin down. They try different methods and move forward. So they know that the window of vulnerability is actually very small. Like they are reported very quickly, and then their attack will stop to work. So what they are doing, they are trying to go very small in a short period of time. And then they are going to switch to a different attack before the defense mechanism have opportunity to catch up. So we know that the median number of phishing email in campaign is only 250 emails. So the half-life of a campaign is only 12 minutes. So the defense here needs to be extremely fast and reactive to be able to handle this. So we're going to go over different phases of phishing attack as well as the protection we provide. Like generally, you can categorize the component that need to fail for a successful phishing attack. First, the email service. It needs to basically let the email go through and not provide enough information to the user to prevent it. Then the phishing website is going to gather the credentials. And finally, the stolen credential is going to be used on the target website. So the first attack, Gmail is going to be here to defend you. Like we have a machine system as well as extensive UX to help users defend themselves. Then the Chrome browser is going to provide the additional protection against phishing websites. And finally, we'll go over security keys for defenses. So to understand the many opportunities the defense has here, we'll go over the life cycle of phishing email. So the first element is the one that everybody is very comfortable with. It's delivery. Everybody is aware of email deliveries come through SMTP. At this stage, that's when you have a lot of mail filter that's going to catch immediately or not the attack. So at Google, we use a wide array of techniques to actually distinguish good emails from bad ones. The techniques here range from reputation analysis, where we are going to just understand the sender, message header, understand where the email comes from. Then we have content understanding, where we are actually going to go through the content, and our system are going to determine whether something is risky in the content of the message. And finally, we have clustering. Clustering are an array of techniques that group similar behavior and find patterns of abuse. So the first one of the technique is feature reputation. It's a fairly straightforward reputation technique. It's similar to blacklisting of bad actors. And then we have observation of previous bad behaviors, as well as a ranking on them. And we are going to use that to identify what is wrong. Like we'll identify like IP address, other clusters that are known as bad, subnets, AS number, domains, URL prefix. And this provides very direct feature to know that something is bad. We also have feedback looker user helping us there, both to mark things as bad, as well as mark that things are not bad. And sometimes, in case of IP address, we want actually to end up whitelisting them, so they are not blocked forever. The next element is content understanding. It's basically understanding the content of message for system to be able to identify something is similar to known good or bad pattern. So we're using text and image similarity detection to enhance our defense system and identify spoofing. In this case, you can see we identify text looking like Google or images that look like Google logo, and we can use that to notify like something is suspicious down the system that will reject or not the email. Finally, clustering. Clustering is absolutely critical nowadays, and AI is really enabling Google to efficiently protect billions of users today. Like we use was a different technique, and we have been like early adopter of AI. And we have like multiple layers of linear regression models as well as neural networks. And those multiple techniques are allowing us to have extremely efficient model to separate good from bad traffic. So now that we are done with delivery, it's not over. One very important concept here is the temporality of emails. Like you get delivery, but you're not opening the email right away. And it is additional time you can take advantage of to provide additional defenses for users. So I think in time is basically when the email is synchronized from the storage into your client. This opportunity to, first we have eliminated most of the phishing during delivery. It's only a subset now, and we are going to add additional information in the message to allow the client to display the right information to user. In particular, for elements that are suspicious, we're going to let some information flow through so we know that. We're also providing like sanitization of the content to ensure that the content will render similarly on multiple clients. So people cannot like have selective content in one client versus the other to hide attacks. The next stage is message open. At this stage, the email is opened by the user. If there are suspicious element in the message, we want to provide them as clue to the user. Like the machine learning system, the automated detection was not able to provide a verdict that was bad, but we may know that something is suspicious. And this is a really critical opportunity to help users defend themselves. So Google had security warnings in Gmail for an extremely long time. However, as part of the Gmail redesign we worked on last year, we worked extremely closely with user experience team on the security aspect of warning banners. The new warning banners are extremely bold and with a clear call to action. So for risky messages, we even disable capabilities such as links and attachments. And this had a huge impact on reducing interaction with malicious emails. time is of the essence here. And we can actually benefit from constant evaluation of bad sites, bad attachment, and reclassify content. Which means that even after the message came to an inbox, it is possible to change our opinion of it. We may have some new data that tell us this is actually dangerous. And we can modify the banner. So we are never just delivering the email and forgetting about it. Instead, we are constantly monitoring afterwards. So user benefit from new rules, new models, and updates focus on user safety. So a real example of that is something we launched very recently, which is outbreak warning banners. Basically, if an employee of your organization is reporting an email as phishing, we're going to propagate quickly that information across the organization. And similar emails will be very quickly labeled as such, preventing like a widespread attack. So after we have message open, the next element on the phishing flow is actually link clicking. In that case, that's when the attacker is going to redirect the user to a phishing website or reverse credential, for instance. So here, we provide real-time check, which means that we do an additional check of phishing links when you click on the link. It goes technically to a redirector, Gmail, that will analyze against the latest safe browsing definition for phishing as well as malware site. The point here is to be the most up-to-date possible. Another vector for phishing attack is reply. People are going to ask for information and by an email, and sometimes people will fall for it. So a protection we added here is defenses on lookalike name inside the domain. So if someone is pretending to be someone in your domain, we'll be able to let you know that the name is confusing and you need to be very careful about it. Like we had a vast array of phishing attacks that pretended to be the CEO, contacting people in the company, and this is what this defense is targeted at. So in addition, we provide a vast array of additional control for domain administrator to improve the defenses and select multiple techniques that will defend the user. So Nicola is now going over malware protection that we offer to our users.
So for malware, we also, as well, like for phishing, have a multi-layered approach. So we do use many AV engines, and we run the file for all these AV engines. So when you use Gmail and G Suite, you're protected by many antivirus engines. So that's one thing. The second thing is we block attachments that are not trusted. So we block executable in Gmail, so you can't send executable by email, or we block attachments that are encrypted and with scripts. That's an option you can disable as an admin. By default, it's off, but that's something that you can enable in your domain. It really depends on your companies. And the third one is zero-day protection. So if the malware already known, they will be caught by the different AV engines. But for new malware, for the ones that are created today, they're basically not listed yet on the AV engine. So what we do is we do a mix of static and dynamic analysis. So we look inside at the script inside the file, and we evaluate the level of risk for these scripts. So this is a technique that proves to be quite effective for detecting zero-day malware. Another thing that we do and that we are launching in beta tomorrow, so that's the news, is Security Sandbox. So for files that are potentially at risk, we open them in virtual machines and we look at what they do on the operating system, and based on that we decide to block the file or not. We do that for all users based on the risk associated with the file, And if you use the Enterprise Edition, we do that exhaustively for all your files that are not already caught by another antivirus. So you get basically 100% of your file scanned that way if you're using the Enterprise Edition of G Suite, and if the file hasn't been already caught by an antivirus. Another thing related to malware, to protect against malware on the end user side is when you use Gmail, when you open a file, it opens as preview in Gmail as a preview. The result of that is, in most cases, the users don't have to download the file on their computer and open the file from their computer. So by previewing a file in Gmail, it eliminates the risk associated with that file of script running and things like that. So it's completely safe to open the file in preview mode in Gmail. So that's for phishing and malware. We've covered the section phishing and malware in Gmail, the detection in Gmail. Now I would like to talk about the detection of phishing website with Chrome. As Nico mentioned earlier, it's really a layered approach. So in Chrome, what consumers see today is that when you get to a page that is known by Chrome and Safe Browsing to be malicious, there is a page like that that warns the user. It's available for consumers as well, but as a consumer, you still have the ability to go further. What we provide is, with a policy, admins can decide for the users of their domain to block users and prevent them to go further if they try to visit a page that is known to be a malicious page. So that's something that is managed through group policy, and you can also use Active Directory if that's what you prefer to use. Another thing that we provide is password detection. So here is an example the video is playing. Is a user goes to a travel site and uses his corporate password to log in. And what happens is that with Chrome detects that the user is trying to use a corporate password to log in to a site that is a public internet site and blocks the user from it. And then the user is forced to change his corporate password. So that really provides a protection, because the same password being used on multiple sites is a known source of risk, because if your corporate password is on a site that then gets hijacked, the attacker of that site are going to have a credential of the users, and they are going to be able to log into the corporate account of this user. So password alert is a policy of Chrome browser that IT admin can use to protect corporate account, and corporate account can be both Google and non-Google account. The last part is about account protection. So two-factor authentication is better than just one factor, just regular credential, email, and password. But something to keep in mind, that two-factor authentication with a passcode, whether it's a passcode given by an app running on your phone or an SMS that you receive, is vulnerable. So if we look at this example, imagine the user here logs in with his credential, email, and password, and there is a man in the middle here. The man in the middle is usually not a real person, it's a proxy, so everything is done automatically. So the person here is trying to log into a site, the red box here, thinking that's a legitimate site on the right side, and he enters his email and password, the man in the middle does the same and logs in, and then the user enters the passcode that he has to log into a site, enters it, the man in the middle catches it, and is able to log into the legitimate site. So also, what we're seeing is there are more and more open source toolkits available for an attacker to easily set up, do this type of attack. So although it's better than nothing, second factor with passcode is vulnerable. So what we use at Google, and what more and more G Suite customers are now using, is the security keys. And the way securities work is, imagine the lady here logs in with her email and password, and then instead of entering a passcode, it's basically the security key that sends the passcode to the site in the middle, the malicious site that is supposed to set the passcode, but the security key sees that Google.com is not the real Google.com and is not going to send this authentication. And as a result of that, the authentication is going to fail. And the man in the middle will not be able to access the legitimate site. So security keys, we use them at Google. Since we've used them, we haven't had any hijacking successful at Google. So it's really very effective. And it's also affordable. The price range is between $20 to $50, depending on the model, US dollars, compared to the price of a computer. It's not a big cost and really adds a lot of security. So we really recommend that you consider using it. So I just talk about it. And now I would like to talk a little bit about what is available for administrators, basically. Our approach on security for G Suite and Google is to provide simple tools for you to configure, to tune the security that we provide by default. We want users to be safe by default even if you do nothing, but if you want to tune the security, it should be simple. So here is the example of a screenshot of something called security centers, where you can get analytics and security best practice, as well as some security investigation. You can look at charts, drill down into the logs, and do all of that from a simple user interface for admin. We also provide control to fine-tune the security, the phishing, and malware protection. Some examples, I will not go through the list. If you go to the admin console, it's available to all editions of G Suite, and you can look at the breadth of the controls. But some examples are protections against encrypted attachments that are sent by untrusted senders, or protection against anomalous attachment type of emails. An example of that is you're a company and you receive a file type, a type of file. One of your employees receives a file that no one in your company ever received. So it may be legitimate, but most likely there is a high likelihood that there is a risk associated with it. So the admins now have the ability to say, hey, when a file like that comes, move it to quarantine. So we apply intelligence and we do analysis to identify for each domain what are the file types that are very uncommon, and it's possible to add whitelists for admins. But most of the work is done for you, so all you have to do is check a box. We also provide spoofing, Nico talked about it, and additional protection like looking behind shortened links or looking inside images to see if there are logos of that are being used for phishing purpose. So it's a lot. So as a summary, and I won't go through each and every box here because Nicola covered most of it, but in summary, for Gmail, what do? We provide different layers of protection via Gmail, Chrome, and security keys for account protection against hijacking. We use a breadth of technologies, clustering, machine learning models, using thousands of features. We use computer vision for images, do static or dynamic analysis of attachments and security sandbox that I mentioned. One of the differentiators of a G Suite is the breadth. We have 1.5 billion users, and they report feedback, and we have a very large number of users on Chrome as well. So all of this data that we receive can help us train our machine learning models to be more effective. Another thing here is what Nico mentioned earlier, is making the best use of time. By checking at click time, for example, time is really critical for detection, and because the more time we have, the more signal we have coming from antiviruses, from users reporting phishing messages. So by doing things like checking at click time, it increases the chance of catching malicious link, and also the enterprise protection that I mentioned earlier. So now Nico is going to talk about what Gmail is launching soon to increase safety in email in transit in encryption.
All right. So very important topic for us has been how to protect email at scale going over internet. So Gmail has led a very big scrutiny on email protection in transit. Basically, encryption of SMTP in transit has been an afterthought of email protocol. And we invested extensively to actually make people understand like where there's improvement to be done. So in 2014, we launched a dashboard showing people the reality of the situation, where you had 3/4 of the email reaching a Gmail that was not encrypted when it came from other provider. This actually led a big increase in encryption in transit. Then in 2016, we added an indicator in Gmail showing users when they receive email from sender that sent clear text email and did not care as much about their security as others. But however, it doesn't change the fact that the SMTP protocol itself is doing opportunistic security. Basically, when you send an email, when Alice is trying to send an email to Bob, email used to be totally clear text. Then StarTLS was added in 1999, which offer an opportunistic encryption, which means if both ends agree on supporting encryption, they will encrypt the transit. Sounds great. However, an attacker can, at any point in time, do an active man-in-the-middle attack against the traffic and basically break encryption. So attacker can just place themselves in the middle. They can just break the capability detection of the service, and the traffic will go in clear text, and the attacker can actually listen to traffic. So over the last 3 years, we have worked within IETF standard body to build a new standard for email in transit. And we have amazing work from Google as well as other large email providers and the internet community at large. And we're very excited to announce that Gmail is going to become the first major email provider to follow the new MTA, STS, as well as TLS reporting standards. So I'm very proud that my team actually designed and built the first large-scale implementation that is coming to you starting tomorrow. So the MTA-STS is basically offering the recipient domain ability to specify a policy so that the sender that supports MTA-STS will verify that the SMTP connection is properly encrypted as well as authenticated with a valid public certificate. This is combined with TLS reporting, which will make the sender domain send a daily report to the recipient domain for email transit encryption. And issues will actually be reported. So this standard is the first big step of enforcement of security in transit on internet for email. So in practice, how does it look like? In this case, the SMTP sender is going to actually read the policy set up by the recipient domain. And the sender will refuse to deliver email without valid TLS and trusted server certificate. In this case, we can see, if suddenly the sender is not able to communicate in an encrypted manner with the recipient that had that policy, specifying always encrypt, the email will stop. Additionally, the reporting standard will actually send a report, and the report will contain information about the failure. So this reporting looks like that, which is basically a JSON file that explains exactly what error was observed. And this is like deterrent against anybody that will try to do interception. Not only attempt for interception of email traffic is going to be prevented, it will also report it. So why do you need this today? The immediate benefit you can have today is for yourself to set the policy for your domain, which means anybody using a standard stack with supporting MTSCS will actually be able to send you to have the email encrypted. There's no guaranteed way. You can also contact all your partners and ask them to set up a policy. And then as you're sending using a Gmail stack, you will actually have your email protected like that in transit. So again, this is launching in beta tomorrow. So please check G Suite update then. And now Nicola is going to go back on how you can protect sensitive content in email.
So we provide a product, a feature in Gmail called confidential mode. And what it does, it provides basically a right management for email and with content expiration and factor authentication. We launched this feature for consumer with a new Gmail last year, and we've waited to launch it to enterprise, and we launched it in beta earlier last month, actually, because we wanted to complete the integration with Vault for e-discovery for enterprise. We wanted the product to be ready. And so what is Gmail confidential mode? It basically, the way it works is at the time you're sending an email, it strips out the content, the body of the email, and replaces by a link. And the email goes over the internet with a link. And the content itself stays in your mailbox. So the recipient on that email, to view the content, will get the content via HTTPS at view time. So the content will never physically be in the recipient mailbox. One benefit of that is if, and you can request for authentication of the recipient that the recipient gets a passcode by SMS. The value of that is if the mailbox of the recipient, for example, is hijacked, the recipient who has hijacked the mailbox, and if there is SMS verification, will not be able to get the content, because at the time the SMS will be requested, it will go to the real owner of the mailbox. Another advantage of that is the content transit over HTTPS, which is a secure channel. And you also have the ability to make content expire. So if you want to send content to someone, but the person doesn't get access to the content forever, it's also possible. So we provide, for this feature, as I mentioned, the feature didn't launch at the same time as consumer because we wanted to build this integration with Vault. It's possible to set up Vault policies of retention and export on the recipient mailbox. And if the content is sent by someone within your organization, so you have access to the content of a sender's mailbox as well, you're able to set these policies, basically. And if you do not want to, for whatever reason, to receive Gmail confidential email, you can always use the LP rules to block this content. You have full control on that. So to summarize what we covered today, because we covered quite a lot, one of the things is, I hope we managed to convince you that G Suite really has as a top priority to make communication secure and using email and as secure as possible. That's a top priority for us, and what we want is that users are safe by default. That's our top priority. The second thing is what Nicola just covered, the enhancing protection as well on transit, and the last thing is helping user protect sensitive content by applying policies, right management into email. These are the three takeaways of the presentation today, and we have a little bit of time for Q&A. That's a quote from one of our customers, the city of Boston, that has seen great results by using G Suite. And compared to their prior system for security, they've seen a big upgrade. So thank you, and let's go with Q&A now. Yeah. Yeah. Do you want to go to a mic so that everyone can hear your question?
Fight that? That's a great question. So we have actually like a whole pipeline of run by team that is tracking all extensions that are coming in a browser. And we're doing like drastic effort with them to track down what is happening, in particular targeting G Suite site. In addition to that, there's a lot of capabilities on auth whitelisting, allowing you to restrict what extension can do, cannot do. And finally, you can use a lot of the admin reporting tool to identify what are the different extensions potentially doing. If they try to access data out of band, provide access out of band, you can actually audit that.
Thank you. Hello. So our university right now, we're experiencing a concentrated spear phishing campaign against us. And what they're doing is they're attacking us and doing man-in-the-middle through our two-factor, our Duo two-factor. And one of the things what we want, and it's causing us a lot of concern, one of the things that we want to do is enable additional features inside of the Gmail administrative panel. And the question is, the protect against spoofing of employee names, it indicates it requires that they be exposed inside the Google directory. Does that mean that they have to be visible in the directory? Because right now we have students that mark themselves confidential. They don't want anybody to know that they're coming to the university because they have issues with X's or something like that. So right now we're marking everybody invisible. So if you go to our Google Directory URL, there's nothing. Is that disabling that functionality or not?
I think I will have to double check and get back to you. Maybe it works, but I don't know for sure. So if you give me your business card, I'll get back to you on that.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, one question. Regarding extensions, there's the password alert extension on Chrome, which works beautifully. My question is, if we want to keep people safe from phishing, why is it an add-on and why isn't it built in?
So password extension is now built into Chrome. When you say why is it an add-on, it's managed by the policy. The question is why it's not into Chrome, but it's an extension?
Yeah, it's an extension. It's made by you guys. It's made by Google.
Yep.
It works really well. Why not just have it built in?
So I think what Nicola presented earlier is actually better integration within a Chrome browser. I wanted to make sure like Chrome is not like overly loaded with different capabilities, but think for enterprise, there's actually a lot of work right now to have it like built in. You still need to configure a domain policy to specify what to do in case of password reuse, what potentially disable account, but this is definitely there.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I have one question. Recently, some of my customers always receive spam from the @gmail.com, and maybe with their CEO name at the end. Okay, so while we raise this support to the G Suite support, but this side, since it is not G Suite account to send this email out, they cannot control that, and they send us a link to let us to read this in the Gmail part. Another team checked that. So is there a special channel that we can connect to the maybe Gmail support part, it's not G Suite support part, and to read this question, and they can help us solve? Because now while we read this question in the Gmail part of the support, there is no feedback from the.
So what you're saying, I'm just
my question is, while our customer receives such phishing from the @gmail.com, we read this support in the G Suite support part, as a partner. But the G Suite support part said, since that is a @email.com and end email. So there is another team to charge that support. So they send us a link to let us report, and we report in that link. But there is normally no feedback from that.
So I would have to check with you where you send that.
Okay, so I want to know if there are two parts of the support team that Gmail has and another G Suite has. Two support teams for these two?
Yes, so the attacker is a Gmail, or so what? It's a G Suite account that receives email
from @gmail.com.
From @gmail.com.
Yeah, it's a personal account.
So in this case, if the user being attacked is a G Suite account, you should go through the G Suite support, because the attacker is at Gmail, but it could be at Hotmail or
but
anything.
G Suite support says they cannot chart that because they cannot control that because it's a personal account. So let us to ask the Gmail part. Okay, we can talk about it.
We can talk about it, yeah.
Hi, so I'm happy that there's confidential mode, but any thoughts about having the Gmail DLP work with confidential mode so that you could say, if you want to send out some really sensitive data, it has to use confidential mode, instead of only saying like it's...
Yep, so that's an interesting feedback, and that's something that we are looking at. So we welcome feedback, and I'd love to talk with you to understand your use case, but that's a use case that has come up from customers, yeah.
Mm-hmm. And me last year, after this session that you gave about confidential mode.
Yep.
We are slightly out of time, so
we have 40 seconds. We have one more question, maybe. Yes, just last
one more question. After we can continue outside, if you don't mind.
Just a quick question about Password Alert. Do you need to be using the Chrome Password Manager for this? And how does, if you're not using Chrome Password Manager feature, how does it know that that's your corporate password? Is it being stored in the browser somehow? Like if my organization doesn't want to use the Chrome Password Manager, can we still use Password Alert?
If you do not want to use the extension, you mean?
Yeah, well, there's the extension, and then you can have remember your passwords in Chrome. We don't use that feature. Are we still able to use Chrome Password Alert?
I would need to check, because I know it works with Chrome Password Manager. Without it, I don't know.
Okay.
Okay, so we're over time now. We can take that.
So we could just be outside. Thank you.
can push to overdrive. We can take this past the line. Think of all that we can do with just one.
Hi, and thank you for coming to this session on managing the Chrome browser from the cloud. I'm Phil. I'm a product manager in the Chrome Enterprise team, where I focus on making Chrome easy to deploy, manage, and configure in enterprise environments. Later on in this session, I'll also be joined by Josh Chad, a systems engineer from Starbucks Corporation that will actually describe his experiences with some of the products that you'll see today. So the agenda for today's talk will cover 5 topics. First, I'll discuss why enterprises are actually choosing to manage Chrome in their enterprise environments. Afterwards, I'll go over some of the existing options for managing Chrome in this environment. Then, I'll introduce a brand new product called Chrome Browser Cloud Management. I'll show you a demo, and then we'll bring Josh upstage to tell us about his experiences with Chrome Browser Cloud Management. So let's dive into this why. So the way we work has been changing, and is changing more and more rapidly. A big part of that is actually the evolving role that the web has to play in enterprises today. Software as a service is increasingly being adopted as part of the solutions that businesses need to deploy to be effective. So as more of this work gets done on the web today, it's very important to be able to manage the browser or to make the browser as easy for your end users in an enterprise to make use of the browser in your enterprise setting. And so that's why you want to be able to deploy things like presets that make it easy for your users to just open the browser and get their work done. So in that context, since the browser is quickly becoming the centerpiece for the delivery of business-critical applications, we see IT administrators getting very interested in trying to understand how they can manage Chrome. And so the feedback that we're seeing, or the statistics that we're seeing from IT administrators and the IT workers are that both are seeing this shift towards the web. Here you can see some stats around 73% of enterprises agree that the browser is becoming more important for their IT strategy. We see workers that are reporting that increasingly, compared to 2 years ago, they're using the browser more. And there are also estimates saying that by 2020, over 80% of business-critical applications will be in the cloud. And so in that context, making sure that your users are productive and have the right deployments for Chrome and the right configurations is very important. But it's also more than just about productivity. It's about security. Because with all of these applications being used in your enterprise in the cloud, it's very important to be able to control the data and how essentially your employees are interfacing with these applications. And so if you're in a business environment that's regulated, or you have very strict enterprise policies around data management, that's another very strong reasons to consider managing the browser. And so the need to manage the browser has been increasing. 3 of the use cases that we frequently hear about when wanting to manage the browser are extension management, so being able to block extensions that might not fit within your business context, install extensions that are critical for your employees to just get their work done, such as a video conferencing extension for your specific video conferencing software. You may want to also deploy those enterprise-specific presets, such as bookmarks that include links to your internal pages that your employees need to use on a regular basis, or just other things in that nature, such as printer settings and defaults. Similarly, for enterprises, it's extremely important to be able to control updates, so the rate at which Chrome updates, and to have options for that. So we also have enterprise policies that allow you to actually configure Chrome updates. And so today in Chrome, there are 2 ways to manage and set these policies. The first is to use existing platform tools. So for example, on Windows, you can use group policy objects, or GPOs, to actually set more than 300 policies that we make available in Chrome today. And there's a very wide range of things. So if there's a setting or a knob in one of the Chrome settings, odds are there's an equivalent policy that an administrator can use to actually manage Chrome. There's also another way for enterprises that are using G Suite today, and you have Google user accounts, you can actually set policies against these user accounts. So when your users sign in to use G Suite, Chrome will actually get those user policies and apply them as well. So there's a way, an existing way for you to set policies from the cloud if you have G Suite. But both of those approaches actually come with some challenges. On the platform side, if you're managing a deployment that has multiple different operating systems, such as Mac, Windows, you need to use different tools in order to set those platform policies. Very often in an enterprise, it also means that that enterprise will need to interact with different IT administrators that actually manage those specific deployments to be able to make those changes. On the user profile side, you need to ensure that your users are signing into the browser if you want to make sure that they have those Chrome policies. And that's a challenge. And while Chrome, it does make a platform policy available that makes that essentially allows you to optionally force your users to sign into Chrome, that's not always an experience that IT administrators want to deploy. And those are the two challenges that are actually solved with this new product, which we're introducing today, called Chrome Browser Cloud Management. It's a way to manage Chrome deployments of any size centrally from the cloud across Windows, Mac, and Linux. It's an easy solution to implement, as you'll see in some of the demos. And it also comes with new features that allow you to gain deeper insights into your actual deployment. So as we go over some of these features, you'll be able to see what kind of information and what kind of actions you can make directly from the Google Admin Console. And so if you have an Admin Console account today, you can get started using it today. The feature has already been provisioned in your Google Admin Console. And so if you're an existing customer for G Suite, if you have Chrome Browser Enterprise support, if you have a Chrome Enterprise license for managing Chromebooks or other Chrome OS devices, or if you have Cloud Identity, odds are just signing into your existing console, you will have access to this new feature and you can deploy it in your enterprise. If you're not using one of these Google Cloud products yet, you still have a way to test it out today by going to g.co, Chrome Cloud Management, and creating one administrator account that will allow you to try out all of these features that we'll be demoing today. So before we go into the demo, I want to talk about one critical feature which is different than the traditional way that has been managed in Chrome. And that's actually the browser enrollment process. So instead of relying on user profiles and users signing into Chrome, the way that you enroll browsers and you manage these browsers is different. So let's take a look. Here's an administrator that has an access to the Google Admin Console. So they'll sign in with their credentials into the Google Admin Console, create their organizational unit structure, which essentially allows you to create different groups and set policies against those groups. From the Admin Console, you can retrieve an enrollment token for the organizational unit in which you want to enroll browsers. Once you have that enrollment token, you will use one last platform policy to set that enrollment token against on the browsers or on the devices for which the Chrome browsers you'd like to enroll. Once you've done that, the next time the browser starts, it will synchronize with the Google Admin Console, get cloud policies, and start applying those. And so as an administrator, you still have the option to use your existing platform tools to set additional policies, and you have the ability to manage and set cloud policies directly via your Admin Console account. So let's take a look at this feature. So in this first demo, we'll actually walk through the steps for browser enrollment. So what you'll see here is an administrator signing into the Admin Console, navigating to the browser management pages, selecting an organizational unit that they want to retrieve an enrollment token for, and retrieving it. So We're navigating to the device management pages. And then we're selecting Manage Browsers, which brings us into the Chrome Browser Cloud Management pages. We select our organizational unit on which we want to onboard devices, request the token, and from that point on, we can copy that token to the clipboard or download a handy registry file that will allow us to set the token. So this is the point at which we would set that last platform policy on the devices that you'd like to enroll into this organizational unit. And once those devices start Chrome, Chrome will enroll into the cloud and start fetching policies. So what you'll see here is a browser list of that has been populated after these devices have actually enrolled. And by default, these devices enroll with a small amount of information that makes it possible for them to receive and set policies. And so here we'll see some of the sorting and filtering options that exist for you in the cloud. So for example, here I sorted by browser version, so I'm able to identify maybe some of the browsers that are in need of being updated. Can also filter by Windows 10 or other criteria to help me dig through some of this information very quickly and make changes. So now we'll take a look at the browser details section. Now, browser details are enabled if you actually turn on the cloud reporting extension. So by default, essentially the browsers don't send a lot of information. When the administrator decides to turn on this feature, then more information is sent and allows you to populate information within the browser details and the browser extension list page, which we'll see after. So here, I'm selecting a specific browser, and I can see some of the information that's being set. I'll be able to see information about which profiles are using this browser, what apps and extensions are installed on that specific browser, we'll also go and be able to see the policies that are applied both locally and in the cloud for that specific browser, allowing me to confirm exactly the configuration of that browser. Be able to see plugins or custom fields that other administrators have set for this browser. Next, we'll take a look at a new feature called the Browser's Extension List. What this does is just provides a bird's eye view of which extensions are provisioned across your entire deployment. So this is a great way for you to make very quick changes to essentially the policies that dictate which extensions can or should be installed. And so here what you'll see is an overview of the extensions list page, and you will also see an action being taken on a specific browser. And so here we're in the browser details page. We'll use the breadcrumbs to navigate to this new browser extension list. Once I'm there, I'm currently looking at all organizational units, and I'm looking at a summary of all of the extensions that have been installed across my organization. And I can choose to force install an extension that's useful for my business-specific context. In this case, we chose Docs. And I just have to click a single button, and that will actually be applied across all organizational units. And finally, I'll just show how easy it is to set browser policies in this way across all Windows, Mac, and Linux. And so from the extensions list page, I'll use the breadcrumbs again, choose users and browser settings. Once this page loads, I'll scroll through some of the myriads of different options that exist in the admin console for setting browser policies today, from managing extensions, much more. I'll search for the cloud reporting extension that enables this more advanced reporting features and turn it on. And at that point, the configuration's done. It will be pushed to all the browsers in the selected organizational unit. So it's important to talk about how the data management works for a service like this. And so we've created new terms of service for this specific product. They're compatible with the cloud terms of service. There's a way for you to export your data at any time, so you can actually see all of the information that is being stored in order to be able to manage these browsers. And deleting a browser in the admin console also deletes the information that's there. And so that's a really quick summary of Chrome Browser Cloud Management. If you want to hear more about it, I would really encourage you to come down to the work transformation area on the first floor to be able to try it out for yourself. We have many people on the team that are available and that can show you a hands-on demo. So once again, it's just a really quick way to manage across Windows, Mac, and Linux. You can gain additional insights into your deployment very quickly. And it's a new way for you to be able to delegate specific tasks like browser management, maybe to one person in your organization. So we think this is going to make managing Chrome, managing the web experiences of your employees much easier. Thank you. And now I'd actually like to bring Josh on stage from Starbucks to talk about his experiences managing Chrome from the cloud. Hi, Josh. How are you?
Hey, thanks, Phil.
So Josh, can you start by telling us a little bit about your experiences with, why did you get started with managing Chrome?
Yeah, so my team manages end user compute platforms, so Mac, Windows, Chromebooks, for an entire organization. We've been using Chromebooks for quite a while and got really familiar with the cloud management there. And we've always wanted to manage Chrome browsers on our various platforms, but doing so has been pretty difficult because we don't own all the tools to do the platform management, and nor did we like the experience where we forced users to sign in. We did try that, and it just was, we got a lot of feedback that it was not a good experience for our end users. So when we got the opportunity to do the cloud management, we jumped right into it. We got a pretty large test group, and we heard almost nothing, which if you're in IT, it's great to hear nothing when you deploy something, because either nobody cares or it just went so well that nobody noticed. And we also found that we were able to solve several issues that had been coming up that before had just been really tricky for us to solve. And since the browser is so important for our distributed workforce, it made a lot of sense to move to Chrome management.
So Josh, can you tell us a little bit about your experiences with Chrome Browser Cloud Management?
Yeah, so initially, just as Phil was saying, managing Chrome on multiple platforms was really difficult. We only were able to do it on some and not all. The consistency of experience just wasn't there. And also the amount of time it took to manage Chrome on each platform in a different tool for each platform was just very difficult. So then when we moved to cloud-based management, it centralized all of those pieces so that we could manage out of the same tools that we were already used to today in a central location. So we had a consistency of experience no matter if you were on a Chromebook or on a Windows PC or on a MacBook. And another piece that we didn't have any visibility to was managing extensions. Something that we did on our Chromebook deployment, but it was not possible within our browser deployment. And we also just did not have any visibility to what extensions anyone was using with the existing tools we had to manage our fleet. And so, as Phil had talked about earlier, this simplified the ability for us to manage those extensions so that we can make sure that our employees have the best experience possible. They're not going to be downloading or using anything that we would consider not great for their experience on our platforms. And then we also had an issue with visibility. So Chrome browser has been a standard for us for quite a while. We could tell different versions that were installed across our ecosystems, but we didn't have a deep level of visibility to some of the things that were going on in those platforms, especially around extensions and around version management. And so with this, we were able to see not only what versions were out there, but also get analytics as far as kind of how quickly we're seeing adoption of browser updates, as well as extensions.
Oh, oops. Yeah. All right. So Josh, can you tell me a little bit about your experiences with setting this up?
Oh yeah, absolutely. So we first tried this on our MacBook deployment, and it was probably took about 5 minutes of configuration to write the tiny script and push it out through our existing management tools. And then similar experience on Windows as well. And it was all within platforms that we already controlled. So it was very, very easy to deploy and have almost nearly instant visibility to at least some part of our fleet.
Can you give some examples of policies that you've set using the system?
Yeah, so we have, like a lot of organizations, a lot of legacy tools, some that still rely on Flash. So one thing we did, we whitelisted several internal sites that we have that still have not migrated off of that, just so that we're not seeing unnecessary prompts or having to send out instructions that are very difficult for the average user to follow to enable those policies. We're also doing things like automatic client cert selection. So you go to specific sites within our intranet, it will automatically detect the domain or the actual site, and then it will select the appropriate certificate off of the computer to present to that site. We're also pushing out bookmarks, as well as we're doing some cookie management to make it a little bit simpler to manage some of those other issues we were having when cookies were getting stuck on certain sites.
Nice. So what's your favorite feature?
I think part of it is just how easy it is to implement those policies and push them out to all platforms, regardless of type, as quickly as possible. And we have that consistency of experience. So I'm one of the many users who has multiple platforms. I run on Chrome, Windows, and Mac. And no matter what browser I'm on, no matter what machine, if it's enterprise managed through the cloud, I'm able to have the same experience on every single one of them without having to sign in and do all of those things.
That's great. So thank you very much, Josh,
Thank you.
for joining us on stage. So now it's time to talk about what's next for this new feature. So the first thing is that for administrators that are used to the wealth of policies that are available for configuring via the platform system, you might be aware of the fact that in the admin console, there are fewer policies that are available. There are still hundreds in the admin console, but we really do want to make sure that there's a very rich set of policies available in the admin console. And a lot of our roadmap actually has to do with this. And so first and foremost, we want to bring legacy browser support and bring that into the admin console to make it very easy for administrators to turn on this feature. So for those that are not familiar with legacy browser support, it's a way for you to be able to specify a legacy browser to fall back to for those enterprise applications that just simply don't support a modern browser. So this is a really nice feature that we make available today already, but we want to make sure that it's configurable via the cloud. Additionally, we want to bring richer sets of update controls into the admin console. So if you attended Anuja's talk earlier for the roadmap, there's a few different features that we're going to be bringing for controlling updates, such as pinning and rollbacks for browsers. So if you ever end up in a situation where a Chrome update actually has a negative impact on your enterprise environment, you'll have an easy way to click and revert those browsers to the previous version of Chrome to make sure that your business can just keep running and be effective while that specific issue is resolved. Additionally, we've heard from larger enterprises that they would also like to have an API to access some of the management features that are available in the admin console. So that's also something that we'll be bringing. And finally, with the announcements at the previous Next of password alert policies and similar enterprise security features, we know it's very important to be able to manage those also seamlessly from the cloud. And so we'll be bringing management of those policies directly from the admin console as well. So if you'd like to learn more about Chrome browser and the enterprise features that we have. We still have several sessions this week. One of the sessions that I'd like to point out is actually tomorrow at noon, at 12:30, which is by Blue Cross Blue Shield. And they tell a fascinating story about their journey from kind of evaluating Chrome all the way to deploying it. It's a really, really interesting story. Additionally, we have a wealth of resources that are available for any administrator to be able to start using either management features, be they platform, user profile-based, or via Chrome Browser Cloud Management. I'll point out two resources which I think are really important. The first are our release notes. So at every release of Chrome, every 6 weeks, we bring out a document, an accompanying document that describes the relevant changes specifically for enterprise administrators. So if you want to know what's coming in Chrome and how that might actually impact your enterprise, that is the best place to go and look. There's also a way to sign up for the newsletter if you'd like to receive it as a newsletter. And additionally, our website has links to most of the information that you heard today. And so by simply visiting chrome.com/enterprise, you can really discover the rich set of enterprise features that we make available. And so with that, a huge thank you for taking the time to come here and learn about how to manage Chrome from the cloud. I know that many administrators, you all have different systems, and you all want to probably learn about how this can work. We have plenty of time left in this session, so once I step off stage, we have several members of the team here that will be actually happy to help answer any questions that you might have. So please do join us after the session and come and ask questions. And hopefully Josh will also stick around to be able to answer with his perspective on it as well. And so with that, thank you very much.
We're ready to take flight, rolling like a rocket. It's that kind of night. It's that kind of night. We're ready to take flight to another dimension. Another dimension. Another dimension. Another dimension. Another dimension.
chance to save somebody when they need you, going against the grain. Don't be afraid. Yeah, all it takes is being brave. Yeah, all it takes is being brave. I'll swim deep down, 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 pull you out now, now, now. 'Cause you're in my dreams of haunting me, and I'd do anything, love, just to breathe. I filled you up when you think you're alone, and no one picks up the phone. Forgotten skin and bones. Oh, yeah, I take you home, fill your body with chrome.
please welcome Director of Engineering, Google Cloud, Jack Lowe.
Good afternoon, everyone. Hope you had a great first day at Next. And I know it's been a long day for everyone, so thank you for coming out to this last session before you all hit the reception and dinners and so on. My name's Jack, and for the next 50 minutes or so, we're going to spend some time talking about a topic that I think is probably pretty near and dear to most of you, namely about how to help transform your company, how to do a digital modernization, and then migrate to the cloud. I'm fortunate today because I'll also have a couple guest speakers, John Latshaw from Cardinal Health and Harish Nair from Schlumberger. And they're really the experts in this. They've actually gone through this process at their companies, and they're going to talk about some of their experiences and best practices. And so I'm really looking forward to a chance to have a little Q&A with them. In the keynote this morning, you heard Thomas and many other customers and partners talk about digital transformation. As you all know, our world is changing rapidly. Technology has become an integral part of not only our personal lives, but as a part of businesses as well. What's important here is that it's not just for technology companies. It's not just the digital natives. Traditional brick and mortar companies are also becoming technology companies. In order to actually move your business forward, it's now an imperative to really figure out how to take advantage of all the technologies that are available to advance your business, whether or not you're a digital native. For many of you, this transformation has been underway for many years. You've invested in your infrastructure on compute, storage, networking, and data. You've invested a lot in developing new application capabilities, building new applications for the modern era. The big question, though, I think for a lot of CIOs and IT administrators is, how do you accelerate this process of modernization? As your business demands change, you need to start thinking about, well, how do you take advantage of the newest technologies in data analytics? How do you apply ML and look at all the accelerators, all the models, all the new products, how to use TensorFlow in your organization to help you take advantage of what technology is advancing? But at the same time, it's not so easy to just move and focus on all the new technology. You have a large existing footprint. So how do you actually balance the new capabilities with all of your existing requirements and infrastructure? In fact, we often find that a lot of enterprises are saddled with a lot of the legacy. Gartner has done some studies, and this number has stayed constant for quite some time. Roughly 70% of your current IT spend is just keeping the lights on. This means just your existing footprint, your existing applications, infrastructure. And you can't use this to advance your business. But then look at the Forrester study that talks about what is top of mind for enterprises. What do you actually want to get done in your IT? Well, certainly you want to move some applications to the cloud. But at the same time, look at all these new applications, new business demands that also need attention. So the question is, how can you actually address a lot of these requirements and these needs without ignoring the 70% that you really need to keep your business going on a daily basis? So the solution that a lot of people land on is thinking about, how do I optimize and streamline my existing investments so I can take some of those people, take some of those dollars, and reinvest it in the new areas that are important to your business? At the end of the day, cloud is probably one of your best opportunities to do so. But realize it's a journey. It's not going to happen overnight. It's going to take time to go down this path of modernization and transform your industry, or transform your company. And a lot of times it's going to be figuring out how you want to focus your investments. It's pretty common in your business, just understanding priorities. So how much do you want to divest? How much do you want to invest in new capabilities? How much do you want to fundamentally transform? So with that in mind, you can kind of think forward. So where do I start? I think one thing to really think about is, what are your goals and what are your top priorities for actually moving your organization forward? Are you all about improving efficiency and driving down costs? Are you really trying to focus on adding new value? Or are you trying to just make everyone more productive? Now, a lot of times these priorities and these goals are going to be well aligned, but sometimes you'll find they're actually not, and they're going to be in contention. So it's up to you and your organization to help figure out what is important and what are you trying to accomplish. And that'll help you, as we talk later today, you'll see this can help you figure out a way to make sure that your migration journey is successful. So the rest of my talk, really, the goal is to help you think about some frameworks that we found are helpful for our customers in going through this transformation. The key thing to remember is migrations don't have to be everything at once. Don't try to boil the ocean. Don't try to move all your workloads. Think carefully about what you want to do, what you want to accomplish. Be thoughtful about how you put together a plan, execute methodically, and pay attention to this. And ultimately, you'll have a much higher likelihood of being successful. And in fact, actually probably making the whole process run faster and more smoothly. So let's start with the first framework I want to talk about. And this is just thinking about applications, the migration from an application or service perspective. So typically, if you look at your enterprise footprint, you'll find that probably 80% of the workloads are still on-prem, and they're still traditional, packaged applications. So these are, oftentimes what we might term as rigid and expensive. You can't do a lot of things with them if you want to scale them up and down, but it's really the monolithic packaged apps. Over time, where we want to get to is cloud-native apps running in the public cloud. We think this is the holy grail for everyone. This has a lot of benefits. Not only do you actually have more agility, but you actually can improve your operation because you can improve your operational efficiency. Developers are happier. But the problem is getting to this state for most applications is pretty challenging. I've talked to lots of customers about their transformation journeys. And a lot of times what I've started to hear is, hey, we've decided we're going to the cloud this year, so we can't rewrite everything. There's a bunch of applications. We just need to move as quickly as possible. So if this is where we want to get to, but it's a little bit challenging to get there, how might we think about our journey? So strategy one, lift and shift. I'm sure you've all heard about lift and shift and have probably thought about what you want to do here. Now, the basic idea is that you want to be able to move applications while making very minimal changes, or in fact, probably, hopefully, no changes at all. Even though you're not really making a massive modernization of your application, you're actually still able to get a lot of benefits by moving these applications to the cloud, even in a lift and shift manner. So what are some of the examples? Well, you no longer have to manage the infrastructure. You don't have to worry about the servers. So why might that be interesting? Well, we actually just last week announced that we're coming out with the latest Intel CPUs. And so sometimes you might find that you have workloads that want the latest and greatest hardware. And normally in an environment, you'd have to actually decide, well, I'm going to do a hardware refresh cycle, go buy that hardware. Now you don't have to worry about it. That's automatically happening in the background. You'll get access to the latest CPUs, the latest GPUs, and that infrastructure refresh cycle is taken care of for you. Another thing that we hear oftentimes from customers is on-premise, you're used to thinking about buying the amount of hardware because you're going to have it for 3 years, 4 years, 5 years, your standard depreciation cycle. And you want to size it so that you can grow into it. Well, earlier today, you heard Brad talk about the fact that we're now announcing 12 terabyte VMs. Well, so on-prem, you might actually have to buy a machine like that right up front. But you're not going to use it for 6 months, 9 months, maybe even a year, but you want to actually build ahead. When you're in the cloud, you don't have to worry about that anymore. You actually build it, you deploy the instance when you actually need it. And if you only need a 4 terabyte instance a day, then that's great. And so it really is pay by the use, not just by when you have applications running in your virtual machine, but actually when you need the requirement. And for a lot of enterprise workloads, these larger scale requirements are challenging to deal with on premises. And then the final thing is on the security front. So the last 18 months or so, we've been hit with just a rash of CPU vulnerabilities. You've probably heard of them as Spectre and Meltdown. These are arguably the biggest vulnerabilities and CPU security issues that the industry has ever seen. And what this meant is just a massive upgrade of operating systems, of firmware, sometimes chip refreshes. And these are all things that a cloud provider can take care of for you. And we've fortunately been able to do it in a way that's been non-disruptive. So these are just a few examples, and probably and hopefully many of these reasons resonate with you already. but just to kind of demonstrate that even a lift and shift can have a lot of value to an organization in your first step to get to the cloud. So to recap, lift and shift, oftentimes the most pragmatic approach to take. Think about your third-party applications where you don't have source code. You're not going to rewrite them. You're not going to make massive changes to them. Sometimes you might actually have the source code, but they were written by a developer 15 years ago. It works fine. That person doesn't work at the company anymore. You probably don't want to touch it. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. A lot of times these applications just don't make sense to try to spend a lot of money to modernize. And so a lift and shift really is the best and really, again, the only pragmatic solution. Now, you might find sometimes you have applications where you want to move to the cloud, and you could take a small step forward in modernization, maybe what sometimes people refer to as a lift and modernize or lift and refactor. So let's say you're running MySQL on-premise. Well, instead of just moving MySQL into a VM in GCP, you could move it to Cloud SQL. So now it's a managed service. You still didn't have to change the applications that are talking to the database because it's still MySQL. But you no longer have to manage the life cycle of the database itself. And so now, basically, going away from having to manage the infrastructure to also not having to manage some of the software. This is another small step that you can take as you go to the cloud. In these cases, like, for example, Cloud SQL or Cloud Memory Store or Dataproc, these are all the upgrades and the patching and the backup is taken care of for you. But you might decide, well, there's some applications where lift and shift isn't right. These are some things that I do want to invest in moving forward. And so you might think, OK, I want to improve and move. So this might be a case where you want to start modernizing the application. You're containerizing them. And as you've built out the applications, you want to have some orchestration capabilities. And you want to manage it using Kubernetes. And that's great. As you heard in the keynote earlier today, this strategy with GCP is more viable than ever through Anthos and the associated products that we're coming out with. The idea with Anthos is that now you can actually start thinking about modernizing, and you may modernize on-prem, but know that you have a very clear path to be able to take that same application that's managed now in this one way and do it the same way if you're moving it to GCP or to another cloud. And it really is a great path to help you if you want to take this improve and then move journey to the cloud. Now, when might be some cases that you would choose this path versus going directly to the cloud? Well, maybe you have some dependencies on storage or some other on-premise infrastructure that's hard to move. Or it could be you have a very large database. There's other pieces of software, data, systems that kind of tether you a little bit to on-premise. And that's understandable and reasonable. You might also decide that for these applications, you still want to rewrite them and take that baby step. And so now, once you start migrating, then you're well positioned for that next step in the future. And of course, there's a third strategy. You will have a small number of applications where these are pretty strategically important. These might be core to your business, but as your business has grown, you've realized you need to actually really scale them. This is something that you want to run as efficiently as possible as your business grows, 50%, doubles, triples, that you really need to scale, and you're going to have to take the investment to rewrite them, to modernize them. And then the rebuild strategy would certainly be the right decision here. Oftentimes, this is something that a lot of people come to GCP for, but it's just one tool in the tool chest. And so actually, this is something that as we look at it, we recognize that most enterprises are super complex. You have very diverse, heterogeneous environments. You may have hundreds or thousands, maybe even tens of thousands of applications and workloads. And so obviously, you can't pick, or you shouldn't pick, the same approach for every single application. So the question is, try to decide, what do you want to do? Do you want to lift and shift some workloads? Do you want to, and so basically what you're going to do is migrate first and then modernize? Or do you actually want to modernize first and then migrate? Or in some cases, just go all the way? So ultimately, your decision-making is going to be largely based on a bunch of different constraints and factors. So how complex is it? How critical is it to the business? What does the architecture look like? Do you have time? Do you have the budget? Do you have the staff? Do you have the expertise? You know, all of these are trade-offs. And so thinking about this is a pretty critical part of having a successful migration when you're trying to move an entire data center or sets of data centers to the cloud. So as I've talked through this, hopefully a lot of you have been thinking and doing a mental inventory. You know, here are all the applications we have, and this is what we'd want to do around them. And you've come to the realization that there are multiple paths that you're going to have to take. But still, how do I actually get started? You know, what is the first step, and how do I make sure that this is going to be successful? It might be tempting to just jump right in and say, let's go, let's do it. You know, we have a sense of urgency. Our CIO says we got to close down this data center by the end of the year, which I heard from another customer today. So, you know, this is a real thing. But given the complexities, it's actually really important to take the time, be thoughtful, and actually plan how you're going to do it. We hear over and over again that migrations are long. Some of them are delayed. Some of them over budget. Some of them we've heard from in other vendors' cases are unsuccessful because they didn't really understand what they were doing and trying to make a good business case around it. So the framework that we recommend is really pretty systematic. Start with discovery and assessment. Try to figure out, you know, what applications do you have? What are the dependencies? How does it matter to the business? What do you want to do with them? And then do that analysis first. Then start planning. Really trying to figure out what you should move, what order you should move them, what dependencies there are, and so on. Then you actually do the migration. Oftentimes, this part is pretty easy. You know, for a lot of applications, it's pretty straightforward if you've done all your homework up front. And then finally, optimize. Sometimes people try to do it all at once and try to optimize right from the get-go. You know, I would recommend move them first, certainly move some applications first, and then worry about trying to optimize them in place so you don't try to tackle too many problems all at once. And in particular, if you're new to cloud or new to GCP, pick something relatively easy and simple. And I'll talk a little bit more about how you might make some of those decisions. But really, you want to actually get a beachhead, get some successes, earn some credibility in your organization, demonstrate that this is something you can do, and then refine over time. It really builds trust, builds confidence, and it's super important to have a successful long-term migration story. So, assessment. In this phase, really, we're just trying to figure out what applications are best to move first. So you're trying to figure out what the business cases are, estimate how much it costs on-prem, how much do you think it would cost in the cloud, figure out, like I said earlier, which migration strategy you actually want to use. And here, there's a lot of different criteria you might choose to look at. And one thing that sometimes people realize later as they've gone through it, or if they have experience with it, is it's also not just about the infrastructure that you have, but it's also things like licenses. You know, what licensing policies do you have from your different software vendors? Are they certified to run on different platforms? What do you have to deal with in terms of compliance and security? These are all considerations that you should be looking at when you're trying to decide what applications to move, because you don't want to start doing your plan and then realize, oops, we didn't figure this out, and then all of a sudden you've delayed the process. So if you go through this process and you look at a bunch of applications, you might sort them in this way. I mean, there's a lot of different bucketing techniques you could use, but you might say, okay, here are the ones that are non-critical business applications, or these are not tightly connected to the rest of the infrastructure, like test dev workloads, or maybe some experiments that you run. In some cases, this could be your web footprint. These are applications that are probably easiest, safest to learn with and start first. Then you move to something a little bit more challenging, things that are connected, so they're dependencies. There could be, some of them, like the batch processing is maybe not too hard to move, but it's important, but it just needs some amount of data to process on. But it otherwise is relatively separate from the business. And then finally, you have your really challenging ones. These are the highly interdependent, highly connected, very critical to business workloads. It doesn't mean that you won't move them, but you shouldn't actually try them first, right? You should think ahead and understand what do you need to do to be successful with those migrations, but don't try to tackle the hardest problem right away. So once you've done the sorting and now you have a good sense for your footprint, you can actually start thinking about your plan. So the first step, create a cloud foundation. So this is something where there's analogs to this as if you were building a new data center. Like you think about, well, what's your network going to actually look like? How's your power and cooling? Well, in the cloud world, you don't have to think about exactly those things, but you do still have to think about your network. What kind of networks do you want to have? What does the topology look like? What are the subnets that you want to create? What kind of firewall rules do you want? This is part of what you want to figure out, ideally, up front. But in addition to that, you need to think about other entities and kind of resources in the cloud. So starting with user identities. How are you going to decide who accesses the cloud? And then almost immediately after that, how do they map to various resources? So who has permissions to do what? Do you have groups of administrators, developers, admins, people responsible for, say, backup? How do you actually map those groups and those users onto roles and all the permissions and capabilities and what they can access and what they can't access? This is obviously super critical for security, but it's important to actually think through this so you don't have to make a bunch of changes later on in the process. So then the next step is start thinking about how you're actually going to migrate. And like many projects, iterating is a good idea here. Pick a small, reasonable number of applications to start moving. So going back to your categorization of applications, pick maybe 10 or 20 and figure out what do you need to do to move those successfully, put together a plan, and then make that happen. Then in your next wave, pick a larger number. Go to 20 or 40 or 50. The right number is up to you. But the thing at this point that you have to start remembering is the plan involves the rest of your organization. Oftentimes, the owners of these applications, the people who care about these applications, they sit somewhere else in the organization, and you're going to have to coordinate with them. You may have to coordinate with security. And this is where the planning really kicks in. At the end of the day, this is a huge project management effort. And if you don't look at it that way, then you will realize it's a huge project management effort. Which leads to something that is the non-technical thing that is really important, which is, at the end of the day, this is change management. You're fundamentally deciding you're going to do something different in your organization, and that is, instead of running things on-prem, you're going to the cloud. There's a lot of things that you realize are different already today. There are a number of things you'll realize later that are different. How you're actually doing billing and going from a CapEx model to an OpEx model. You have the ability to actually decentralize a lot of decision making. All these things are great, but they're different. And it's important at this point to really think about who are the key stakeholders that I have to get aligned with, make sure that they are on board. Because a lot of times what happens is if you're leading the migration effort, you're trying to push these migrations, but then you're realizing the team that's responsible for running that application, they have other commitments, they have other dependencies, they have other due dates, or you need to do a migration and they can't take any downtime. So how do you plan? This becomes super, super challenging. And so at the end of the day, making sure that you have a champion, that you have an organization-wide goal, these are things I think are some of the common traits that I've seen among customers who've been the most successful with a really large-scale migration. And later on, we'll have the benefit of having John and Harish here because they really are the champions in their org, and it's been helpful for them to be successful. So now, as we start going through the migration, there's a lot of different workloads, and you should think about, for each of the application types, how are you going to actually do the migration? So this might be, say, VMs, Windows, databases like SAP. It could be just migrating data. And so each of them are going to have a different set of tools and approaches. So the most common one that we suggest people start with is just migrating VMs, because they're already in a kind of a state that you move them to something like GCE. And although the API's interface is a little bit different, the general concepts are very familiar. So with Velostrada, this is a tool that enables you to do large-scale migrations. And so if you're doing the 10, 20, 40, later hundreds or 200 or 300 migrations, you want to be able to have it automated. You don't want to do them one at a time. And so having an orchestration tool that can help you with the migration becomes super valuable. With Velostrada, there's some streaming technology that allows you to actually do a migration with minimal downtime. So typically, you can start actually running the VM in cloud in less than 10 minutes. And basically, because you don't have to wait for all the data to get streamed to GCP before you start running the VM. And so this is great from an agility and from a speed standpoint. But what it also allows is the ability to do some testing. And if things happen to not go right, for example, you've started moving a workload and you realized, oh, there was a dependence, it was dependent on another VM that you didn't realize you needed to move, but it's hard to move that other workload, then you can actually fail back without actually having to reconstruct the entire application. And so these kinds of capabilities really help reduce the risk and give you confidence that you can actually have a successful migration. Moving from VMs, you might now think about databases. As you can tell, Google cares a lot about migration, and so we recently announced another acquisition of a company called Illuma. And this is still very early on, but the idea here is we want to, just like we did with Velostrada helping you migrate VMs, we want to help you with migration of data and databases. And so stay tuned in the coming months for more information about kind of what we're advancing with the Illuma product. And then beyond the databases, there's actually the data itself. Now you can stream data, you can copy data up into GCP, but for many customers, we find that they have large amounts of data that they need to move, and so just having the data transfer appliance comes in handy. You may want to move, it comes in multiple form factors, so if you have, say, hundreds of terabytes of data, you can take one of these appliances, put them in your data center, rack it up, put the data on there, get it compressed, ship it to us, and then it'll get uploaded. And so this is just a way to streamline the migration of data to GCP. So if you kind of look back at some of the things I've talked about so far, what are some of the important, really important takeaways? The first thing is really think about where is the best place to start with your migration. And again, a lot of times, low criticality VM is a great place to start. Not the only way to go, but it's a good place to start if you want to do a big migration journey. The second thing is, a lot of this is about increasing likelihood of success. Trying to avoid the potential pitfalls. So think about what testing you can do, what happens if things don't go well, but just put the time into doing the planning. But this is, this still may seem pretty hard and challenging, and honestly it is. It's pretty complex. But just remember that you have a lot of partners out there who can help you with it. So Google's PSO team has put together a program called Cloud Sprints. So the basic idea is to have the PSO team come in and help you with these initial phases of the migration and get that early success under your belt. So the PSO team can, basically have several people come in and over the course of a week, work through a lot of these issues, like trying to do the assessment, building your cloud foundation, and then start moving some workloads so that you can actually confidently say, oh, I know how this is going to work, and avoid a lot of the pitfalls that people might run into if they're trying it for the first time. Beyond PSO, there are many other organizations and partners who help us, ranging from full-service SIs and GSIs to help with all sorts of different parts of migration. Many of you may already partner with them for other purposes in your organization. And there's also a bunch of tooling vendors, folks like CloudPhysics and StrataZone, Risk Networks, and Cloudimize. And they have tools that help you with this migration process, which we think are extremely valuable in ensuring that you have success. But now, rather than just hearing from me, I think it's a great opportunity to hear from a couple experts who've been through this before, and they probably have some battle scars that they can rely on. So first, I'd like to introduce John Latshaw, who's Vice President for Cloud Services at Cardinal Health.
Hey, Jack.
Hey, John, good to see you.
Thanks.
So John, can you tell us a little bit about Cardinal Health and the business you're in?
Yeah, we're, well, first let me ask a question. Who's heard of Cardinal Health? Really? That's more than usual. Extra credit if anybody can tell me what they do. Okay, we're not an insurance company. We actually distribute pharmaceuticals and medical services and products, and our mission statement is we want to make healthcare more effective and efficient. So we don't actually interact with patients, but we enable healthcare providers to provide more effective, efficient care. So large company, Fortune 14 this year, I think, about $140 billion worth of revenue, 90 countries, 600 remote sites. Approximately our footprint looks something a little like about 10,000 VMs, give or take.
Okay. So you talked about the size of the footprint with about 10,000 VMs. Can you talk a little bit about, kind of what are some of the other applications and workloads that you've had in your data centers?
We're just like pretty much every other non-West Coast company, I would characterize it that way. We've got SAP, we've got HR applications, we've got manufacturing applications, productivity, you name it, about 1,300 applications in total. Recently, we did an analysis and we found out that our top 5 applications make up about 80% of our revenue processing. And that was kind of eye-opening. We knew they were important, but we didn't know they were that important, which has generated our approach of, as we're migrating, we're going kind of a dual approach, which would be for those top 5, we're actually spending a lot more time and effort to rebuild where we can. Some of them are legacy and we're modernizing, automating as much as we can. And then for the other like 1,295, we're doing a lift, lightly optimize, and shift. So kind of a hybrid approach for Jack, what Jack described earlier.
Great. So can you tell us a little bit about like what prompted the migration to the cloud for Cardinal?
Yeah, there was a couple things. You know, really what it boils down to is, as I've participated in a couple of these sessions, and I was here last year, and a recurring theme is underlying a lot of these talks, and it was really about speed. But we didn't know that going into it, right? So it's hey, we want to make changes. We want to, you saw the slide from Gartner, spending 70% keeping the lights on. But what led us to it really is we wanted to reduce our IT costs. We have a stated goal of we're getting out of our primary data center at the end of this calendar year. So we really want to get out of the data center business and not worry about the day-to-day of power, cooling, hardware, hypervisors, those kind of things. And then we also think that being in the cloud, we can modernize much faster, because really the infrastructure as a service is just a starting point for us. We realize we want to get to microservices, we want to get to services, we want to get to containers, and so on.
Great. So tell us about the migration. How's it been going so far?
Good. It's been, we were able to pull in the schedule by 9 months. So originally we forecasted it was going to be a 3-year effort, and we're going to wrap up 99% of the migration in July of this year. And a couple really important things coming up, milestones. In June, we're going to migrate our e-commerce platform. That's $50 billion in revenue for us. So if I'm not here next year, you know why. Or I might be, no, I'm kidding. We're good. It's a little white knuckle, but we're really testing it. I got to say, Google's been an exceptional partner in this, helping us through things. It goes without saying, very smart people work for Google, and they've been really helpful in helping us identify ways we can optimize or maybe do things different, because, you know, I just turned 29, so no, I'm kidding. Older than that, but I've been doing this for a while, and I've been thinking about cloud for more than 4 years exclusively. But even then, I still find myself kind of falling back into the old way of doing things, and it's helpful. Google has that immersive talent that'll help me think a little differently.
Great. Well, so things are going great, but like, what are some of the things that were surprises along the way? In the migration, things that are maybe the lessons that you'd want to share with the audience for us today?
The phases that Jack put up there was assess and plan, and then migrate and optimize. If you spend 80% of your effort on assess and plan, the migrate and optimize will go very well. I don't think, any different from most companies, but we had, for example, our CMDB, we set a goal of, we want 100% completion rate to get all fields about servers and applications and databases all filled in. So we did, 100% completion rate. We didn't think about the accuracy rate of it, And so when we started to go, hey, we want to pick this app up and we want to move it and we need to know what it talks to and what databases are involved and what the data flows are, we were probably maybe 50% accurate in our CMDB. So check. I would say double, triple check, work with the application owners, talk to everybody and say, is this everything? Because we moved an application and the application owner was right there with us and it didn't work, right? We brought it up, getting errors, things are failing. They're like, oh yeah, forgot about those 3 other databases over here that we take feeds from. So, rolled it back. But it's live and learn. And then the second one is culture change. It is a big change. And some people love it, think you should do it right now or should have done it years ago. And some people are like, why do we have to do this? We're a big company. We can run this stuff at scale. We can do it just as well as Google. I can tell you, we had that going into this. And over time, just training usually helps people understand it's not magic. They're not here to take your job. It's just we're going to do things differently, right?
Great. Well, thank you so much, John. Appreciate your time. Thanks.
It's good seeing you.
So John has a session also on Thursday where they're going to actually talk about the process of thousands of VMs being migrated. So hope you can attend that one. And so now I want to bring up Harish. So Harish is the cloud services delivery pillar lead at Schlumberger. Welcome.
Hi.
So he's been leading the digital transformation and app modernization efforts for Schlumberger's IT organization.
Thank you for that introduction, and I hope I don't get in your way with the reception for a long time.
Yeah. So can you tell us a little bit about Schlumberger?
So I'm not going to ask how many people know Schlumberger because for people who are not from the oil and gas services domain, Schlumberger is one of the world's largest oil and gas prospecting services company. And in short, we kind of design, invent, engineer, apply technology for our customers to find and produce oil and gas safely and efficiently. And we are operating in more than 85 countries.
Great. So just like Cardinal Health, Schlumberger also decided that you were going to shut down some of your data centers as part of a move to the cloud. Can you kind of tell us a little bit about what was driving that decision for you?
Sure. So I would say primarily digital transformation is a buzzword. It was also something that we took on. Came from our leaders, from EVP of technology, and from the CIO and director of infrastructure, director of business systems. And that was the primary reason. And the secondary reason, like John mentioned, we wanted to reduce our CapEx and OpEx around infrastructure hosting as well.
So, when we were talking earlier, you mentioned that originally you were thinking about doing just a lift and shift and starting with that approach. But you've kind of, during this process, you've learned some things and kind of landed in a different path. Can you talk a little bit about that?
Sure. I mean, as you can see in the image or the banner behind me, courtesy our technology center in Pune, when we started our journey way back in 2015, 2016, we were under the impression that 80% of our workloads are going to be lift and shift. And as we went through our discovery, our assessments, our pilot migrations, it became more clear that lift and shift is not an easy undertaking. And this might be contradicting to what you just presented. The thing that we learned is when you have a large organization like us, and a lot of legacy in our on-prem data centers, we have different tools being used for backup, monitoring in our third-party data centers. And when we move them to the cloud, the tools change, and they have registry conflicts. So it becomes a more effort after you move if you're doing a lift and shift. So we changed our strategy to be more greenfield, which allowed us to kind of have fresher infrastructure in the cloud, address technology debt, as well as security gaps as well.
No, even though your approach is different, I certainly recognize it because this is the whole point about enterprises being complex, and you have to figure out what makes sense for your organization by taking the time to look into it. So can you talk a little bit about what are some of the main lessons that you've learned from this journey?
I was listening to John, and actually, even though it's two different industries, things are so common, right? But I will highlight one point is there's a focus session tomorrow, which kind of touches upon the lessons learned and stuff. But in short, from my perspective, there are top 5 lessons that I would say is, one, the organization should have a common goal to move to the cloud. It is a mindset and a culture change. So there has to be investment done in spreading awareness of what the benefits of a cloud migration is. And that's important. The second I would say is, like John mentioned, a thorough discovery. And I would say it has to be twofolds. One, at infra level, to know what volume of your infrastructure can be moved to the cloud. That builds your business case first. And then you get into an application level assessment, which tells you that, okay, what are the integrations, what data connections are back, how much of volume of data is being exchanged, so that when you pick up one application, you're picking up all related applications along with it, so that you get the value out of it. And this can affect your migration strategies as well. The third, I would say, is something that we learned the hard way, is focus on setting up a strategy for your cloud operations if you're doing an infrastructure as a service migration. So strategy and requirements around how do you want to do backups? How do you want to do monitoring once you have moved to the cloud? So that's important, and you should spend some time on that. The fourth, I would say, in the same manner, is to have a central team, one for cloud architecture, so that as you know, I mean, every 15 days or 30 days, things are changing in the cloud. So you need to have a central team focusing on cloud architecture. You need to have, on the same lines, a delivery team that provides those services back to the internal stakeholders as well. I'm kind of showcasing my team here. The other thing I would say is cloud operations, which I mentioned. And the fourth important thing would be service automation and management. In short, that would mean that once you move it, how would you manage it? You know, what sort of services can you automate? Can you shut down your VMs which are not being used and all that stuff? So those are the 4 things I would say. And lastly, and not to forget, cloud is pay-per-use. If you don't keep a close tag on what you're tagging, how the billing is worked, you could probably get a big bill at the end of the day. So that would be the thing that I would focus on.
Okay, great. So one of the things that you've shared with me before is that you know, like trying to decide what you want to do in-house versus with partners. And I think, you know, in the beginning of your migration, you work with some partners. So if you were to do this all over again, like how would you approach, you know, kind of using partners versus, you know, choosing not to them? What would you recommend to people?
So keeping aside Google, partnership which we'll continue to embrace, we did use partners for our assessments and migrations as well. If I had to redo it again, I would say that I would focus on tools available to first understand the volume of infrastructure that can be moved to the cloud, and also look at tools that can provide me application insights. Once we have that data, then bringing in a partner to see whether it makes sense in doing app modernization or whether it makes sense in doing lift and shifts or rebuilds, that's where I would look at partners for. And of course, I have to say that having said that, our long-term strategy is to build the cloud capabilities in-house. So we would continue to do that as well.
Okay, great. Well, so just the last question to kind of wrap up. I mean, you know, I've had the pleasure of collaborating with Schlumberger in many parts of the organization. I think there's a lot of things that are common between our companies in terms of being technology companies, trying to innovate in our industries. But I was curious if you could share a little bit more about what you found out of your partnership with Google and how has it been so far?
So our engagement with Google goes way back from the early stages of our journey. And you know, if you had the lead architect standing here, she would say that we've come a long way from where we started. Our infrastructural foundation and our security foundation is really there right now. And the Google engineering, I will, of course, call out, and most of the companies will say this, that the Google engineering is the best. They have helped us through this journey to reach where we are. And some of the examples of those collaborations are, I would say, the Google HSM, shared VPC, and the continued work on internal GKE. Those are essential features for any enterprise.
Great. Well,
All
it's
right.
been a pleasure working with you and looking forward to many more years of it.
Thank you.
Thanks, Harish. So there will also be a session tomorrow, 12:35 on Schlumberger, what they've been doing. I don't think it's actually officially in the title, so you might miss it, but encourage you to go attend that talk. And we have the speaker sitting in the front here as well. So just a few parting thoughts. Again, thank you for coming to the session. Hopefully you found it helpful. I think as you go down this path, the first thing that often you're doing is deciding what cloud are you going to use. We hope that you will continue to be looking at Google Cloud. There's a number of things to remember to consider. So there's obviously the speeds and feeds and the features, the technology. And so from an infrastructure standpoint, we can go on and on about that. There are many, many sessions to talk about the capabilities that we have in the cloud. Honestly, I would also say that in the last couple of years, we've invested a lot in really trying to hit all the capabilities that are necessary for enterprises. Not just the very basics, but the things that actually allow you, like today, Brad in his keynote also announced access transparency. These are the kinds of things where large enterprises want to understand who's accessing your data because it matters to you and to your customers. And so these are the kinds of enterprise-grade capabilities that we've been adding to the platform. And we think we're in a great spot now to take your, all the workloads, your most critical, your biggest, baddest workloads, and bring them to GCP. Secondly, is around openness. This was very much a highlight of the keynote today. For those of you who've been at Next in the past, we talk about it every year. Being open is part of our DNA. It's part of our culture. We do a lot of work with open source, and it's something that fundamentally we truly believe in. And so trying to make sure that we have solutions that allow you to actually not feel locked in, to work with partners, whether it's on, say, like the announcements about the partner databases and solutions, or it's around things like Anthos. These are give you the opportunity to really have a solution where you write applications and build applications in one location, but you can run them anywhere. We hear this over and over again that this is important. It's something for risk mitigation, and it's something we embrace fully. And then finally, partnership. This is also something that we take to heart. We do work with customers as partners, and I think that's important. So going back to the migration, if you think again about just making sure that you're treating this like the big project and challenge that it is, take the time to actually do the planning, figure out what you need to do, and then try to decide by application, what do you want to move first? What do you want to modernize? Do you want to take a lift and shift approach? Do you want to do something more aggressive? As Harish was saying, perhaps in your environment, it makes more sense to redo a lot of the services and the operational pieces of what you're doing. So, the applications maybe need to get changed a little bit if you want to really move them along. But ultimately, I hope you can learn a lot from some of the trailblazers who've been there before you. So really doing the assessment, this is something that comes up over and over and over again, and it is really important. So if you really walk away with one thing, this is probably the thing to remember, is understand the applications, the dependencies, because again, you want to actually have a successful migration that's on time, that's under budget. I actually can't believe John said their migration finished 9 months sooner than they planned. That's unheard of. But I know that they've spent a lot of time going through this, being very careful and planning, and then they work their butts off. Make sure you go through the right architecture, and then think about the change management and the culture change. Really, you want to get the right team, build the relationships. This is going to require something across your entire organization to pull together in order to really be successful. So I think these are hopefully been some stories and some tips. I wish you all the best in your migrations, and hope that you enjoy the rest of the conference. Thank you.
Thank you for coming, and that concludes our session. Please exit to the right. Have a great night. We'll see you tomorrow.